Ang pamilya at kinabukasan with OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan with OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan with OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan with OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan with OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan with OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan with OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan with OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan with OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan with OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, sigurado health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. Laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay
ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay
Ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay.
Men, ano mo to, men?
At
I-mute mo to.
kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay
Ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay
Ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay
Ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay
Ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay
Ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay
Ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay
Ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado. Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado.
Acknowledging the logging in of our Occupational Safety and Health Center Executive Director, Engineer Noel C. Binam. Please open now your camera. We are about to begin.
Start na ba yung program natin?
Yes po, Eddie, we will start na po.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the KamOSHtahan sa Rehiyon13. Fleet and Road Safety in the Mining Industry. This is a free webinar via Zoom platform. Thank you for sharing to us your valuable time. We are truly grateful of your presence here. I'm Maria Eunice D. Lauro, the Training and Technical Support Staff here in Occupational Safety and Health Center, REU13 Paragon. We'll start with our prayer. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
kamighimo to langit sikoy ko kamighimo to aldaw bulan ikaw ang nagbuhat sa kabituunan ikaw ang nagbuhat sa kalibutan manama mawantog ka warag po ko ilingkoy ko o Diyos kahibulungan ka busa ikaw lang ang simbahon ko
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم فقال ربكم ادعوني أستجب لكم آمين يا رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين اللهم اجمع شامل المسلمين والكريستيان والأمم في مدينة دماو وسلم دائما مجتمعنا هذا بالسلم والأمن والتقدم في بلدنا هذا آمين يا رب العالمين ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على خير خلقه سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين يا رب العالمين.
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today to praise and worship you and give you thanks for all the things you continue to provide for ourselves and our families. Father, we humbly ask for forgiveness for all the times we have offended you. When we forget to acknowledge your presence in the image of our brothers and sisters, and for moments we fail to be good stewards of the blessings you have given us. Continue to guide and protect each one of us, Lord, that we may always walk in the lights of your everlasting love and mercy. Grant us, Father, with your comfort in times of distress and with your strength in times of weakness. Bestow upon us your unending grace and healing, that we may in turn become instruments of gentleness and compassion to others. We ask all this in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, with the prayer and the intercession of our Blessed Mother. Amen.
manama mawantog ka warag po ko ilingkoy ko o Diyos kahibulungan ka busa ikaw lang ang simbahon ko busa ikaw lang ang alagaran ko
Kindly stand up for our pambansang awit, Lupang Hinirang.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Kayang magiliw, helas ng sigatanan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y bumay. Lupang hinirang, kuya ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagatak tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng pagaw, ay hinatang tulad, awit sa pagkayang minamahal, ang isaklak at awat mo'y
Okay, please be seated, relax, be comfortable. Now, I'll give you to our Occupational Safety and Health Center focal person and host today's activity, Engineer Christian Lee in Hagit. Good afternoon, Engineer.
Thank you, Ma'am Miss. Ayong hapon po, Caraga Region. Magandang hapon po sa ating participants coming from Luzon, Visayas, at Mindanao. Welcome po sa ating KamOSHtahan sa Rehiyon 13. This is a free webinar offered by OSHC, headed by our Executive Director, Safety-Sept, and conducted in regional extension units. So, formally start, we are fortunate that you joined the hashtag Vision 1 Million, hashtag Maingat, hashtag Kaligtasan. Lahat po ito ay isa ang unit. Ito po ay ang ating post advocates and post champions para magligtas ang mga magawa. He is the first person to initiate free webinars, post trainings offered in this time of pandemic. So with no further ado, let us all hear the opening message from our dynamic Executive Director of the Occupational Safety and Health Center, my humble host, none other than Engineer Rehiyon13-Road. Good morning, boys.
Thank you. Maraming salamat, Christian Hagit, for the introduction. Narinig ba ako, Christian?
Yes, boss.
Okay. Bago po sa lahat, I would like to greet and acknowledge the presence of our Deputy Executive Director, Engineer Concepcion Santo Tomas, our Provincial Head, Department of Labor and Employment in Dole, Agusan del Sur, Sir Maximo Magellan Jr., to our OSH practitioner in the mining industry, Ma'am Gina A.R. Aspiliaga. To all of you, sa ating mga kasamahan na nandito, sa ating pong lahat, good afternoon, magandang hapon po sa inyo. Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, and in some other parts of the world who are with this afternoon, I'd like to safety first afternoon. Isang safety first afternoon po sa ating lahat. To start with, I would like to thank everyone for spending their time with us this afternoon, and of course, helping us support our activity in promoting safety in the workplace and health in the workplace. Your participation this afternoon is a testament that you really advocate OSH in your respective workplaces. Sa pamamagitan po ng inyong presensya po ngayong hapon na ito po ay nagpapatunay na lahat po tayo ay isang OSH champion. At kami po sa Occupational Safety and Health, we always battle cry Vision 1 Million, wherein we would like to seek an increase in the number of OSH advocates and OSH champions. May I now count on you that you be one of the OSH advocates who will truly support a safer and healthier working condition. Today, itong hapon ito, as I read the news, I've been reading a lot of unemployment. Marami po ngayon ng walang trabaho because of this pandemic. And it is for some of you, maybe you are very fortunate. Napaka swerte po ng mga ilan dyan dahil meron po tayong stable na trabaho. Lalong-lalo na siguro dyan sa may Agusan because I know that is a mining industry. Very strong ang mining industry dyan. I remember few years back, I was able to visit one of the biggest mining companies together with our REO, Christian Haget. We visited a big mining area. So I know the actual first-hand information that I saw there. You will be engaging in our KamOSHtahan today to discuss fleet safety, maintenance of our fleet, and of course, road safety. All of this endeavor will become useless if we don't correct our unsafe behaviors or unhealthy behaviors. We may have a very effective OSH program. Our company can probably provide the financial resources to have an effective OSH program, but if we disregard our unsafe behavior, unsafe acts, we will surely encounter accidents or illnesses in the workplace. Tama ba ako nun? So kung ano po man ang nakasulat dyan na polisiya at pag hindi po natin sinunod, it will be in vain. We in the occupational safety and health dito sa Manila, what we would like to see is that we pursue to comply with all the occupational safety and health standards. We need to strengthen our compliance to the occupational safety and health standards in order to create a safer and a healthful working environment. Without the standard, without the rules in the standards, we would not be able to create a safe program, safe and healthy program. May I remind everyone that our labor code provides that the Secretary of Labor shall set and enforce all OSH standards. And we are here to ensure that all workers, all employers comply with the occupational safety and health standards. So sana po meron na po tayong mga libro. We have books to use as a guide. And may I encourage our safety officers or our consultants, mga consultants po natin ngayon, that may I encourage you to visit our website to participate in one of our future trainings. And also may I invite everyone to join our national OSH Congress at the last part of this month. It is going to be a big event. It is in this forum that we will hear a lot of best practices among the companies here in the country who are implementing an effective OSH program, which is in compliance to our standards. Next year, we will be having our GKK, again, our Gawad Kaligtasan at Kalusugan, and we will be again inviting our front runners in safety and health establishments so that we may be able to recognize your achievements, your accomplishments pertaining to occupational safety and health. Tayo po lahat, we are here, we are on the same boat, we are on the same ship. We are all here in struggling to maintain a productivity that is not hampered by lockdowns. We know for a fact that our productivity, our businesses would suffer if we always implement lockdowns in our workplaces due to the spread of the COVID. So it is through these informations that you will be getting this afternoon. Hopefully, COVID will be also part of our discussion this afternoon on how to prevent and control the transmission of COVID and may these informations become useful not only in our workplace, not only in the mining industry, but also in our community as well in our homes. I know OS plays a critical role in the productive mining industry. We know for a fact that we cannot afford accidents or illnesses or injuries to happen, because we know for a fact that the mining industry really will rely on zero accident programs. So they cannot afford that because it would entail additional financial cost to them. May I remind our employers, the owner of the mining companies, that you are obliged to invest in an effective program, OS program, where an O program contains not only primary, but secondary and tertiary preventions. This is really to ensure that our workers remain healthy, efficient, and they won't suffer diminution or impairment of their health as a result of their work or working condition. Sa ating pong lahat, mga kababayan, sana po lalong-lalo na po yung mga may pamilya, may mga anak, may mga tinutustusan na mga bata, mga ganyan. We should protect ourselves. Marami pong umaasa sa atin, nangangailangan ng ating mga suporta, lalong-lalo na kung marami pang mga anak na nag-aaral. We cannot afford to be sick, because if we become sick, we cannot provide even the basic food. We cannot provide food on the table. Pag ang mga bata natin hindi po sila nakakapunta sa eskwelahan, hindi nakakakain mabuti, walang pang tuition fees, wala po silang pambili ng mga gamit sa eskwelahan dahil tayo po ay nagkakasakit, we compromise our future. Kawawa po ang future ng ating pamilya. So sa ating pong lahat, ang report po ngayon, it's about ilang milyon ang walang trabaho. 5-10 million people doesn't have jobs. Wag na po sana tayong kasama doon. So if you have a stable job, pag meron po kayong stable na trabaho, all you need to do now is keep safe and remain healthy. Wag po natin pakawalan yung opportunity na meron po tayong magandang trabaho sa ngayon. So sa tulong po ninyong lahat, I hope we will be building a resilient system in the enterprise level. That is the theme of our NOS Congress this coming September, building a resilient OS system at the enterprise level so that we would be able to recover and bounce back to our normal activities. I congratulate, and in closing, I would like to congratulate our OSHC Regional Extension Unit, Region 13 in Butuan, for the conduct of this KamOSHtahan. Salamat, Christian. We are proud of your accomplishment in Region 13. We are really proud of you for your tireless effort in conducting this kind of activities. Mabuhay po kayong lahat. Keep safe.
Thank you, Edie, for that very informative message and for gracing this event. So, keep safe always, Edie, and ingat po kayo palagi. So that was Executive Director Noel C. Binag of the Occupational Safety and Health Center. So to move forward, let us first, before we will start with our first topic, let us first hear the reminders and some house rules for this free webinar. And may I also acknowledge the presence of Dole Agusan del Norte Provincial Head, Sir Kit Duran, and he will be also one of our resource speakers for this afternoon's webinar. So let us now share the house rules, and it will be discussed with our facilitator.
Thank you, engineer. So here's our house rules. Okay, or our additional reminders, we will post the recorded video in our FB page at OSHC Caraga. Certificates and soft copies of the presentations will be sent via email to those who will accomplish the evaluation form, which we will only post at the end of the webinar. Clarifications and questions will be entertained during the open forum. There are two ways to raise your questions. You may type it in our chat box while our speakers are going on, or using the QR codes. You may scan it now. Okay, and prepare your questions later. Next slide, please. So we'll have a quick rundown of our activity this afternoon. You will hear the lecture about the fleet and road safety in the mining industry to be discussed by Ms. Gina R. Asturiaga. Our dolly update by Mr. Kip C. Duran, followed by our open forum. By then, you must ready your questions and inquiries. The formal closing of our activity will be done by our Deputy Executive Director, Engineer Concepcion Pony Santo Tomas. And lastly, for those who are interested to receive the certificate, don't fail to fill in and submit the evaluation form, which we will post at the end. Okay, so I am, as what our Executive Director, Noel Cibinag, has said to you a while ago, I am also inviting you to join our NOS, or the National Occupational Safety and Health Congress, which has the theme Building Resilient OSH Systems at the Enterprise Level, Best OSH Practices Amidst Crisis. This will be on September 28 to 30, 2021. This is our 17th NOSH Congress and our first Congress done virtually. So I hope to see you there. Just register. Moving on to our first resource speaker. Our resource speaker was a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering in Cebu Institute of Technology, Cebu City. He is also a graduate of Diploma in Civil Engineering Technology and MSU IIT Iligan City as IIT grantee or scholar. She has a considerable experience in engineering work. Her first job associated with safety was when she was the Safety and Environment Officer of DHT Minerals Exploration Incorporated, an international company. Now, she has been and still the Senior Safety Officer of Platinum Group Metals Corporation. She is the Treasurer of Caraga Mine Safety and Health Council, the Vice President of the KamOSHtahan, or the Occupational Safety and Health Network, and an accredited occupational safety and health practitioner in the mining industry by the DOLE. All ears to Ms. Gina R. Astilliaga. Good afternoon, Ma'am Gina.
Yes, hello, good afternoon. Thank you, ma'am, for that very inspiring introduction. So we'd like to welcome all the participants, especially to my co-minero, and of course to all the other industries within Caraga, in Luzon, and in Visayas. So welcome to this KamOSHtahan sa Rehiyon, which is the Region 13. And we also thank you for Engineer Christian Haggett for inviting me to discuss with this topic, which is the fleet and road safety. So may I share my slides to you? So how's my audio, guys?
Loud and clear, Ma'am Gina.
Okay, thank you so much. So welcome this afternoon for 1 hour. We'll be discussing to you the fleet and road safety. When we say fleet, this is a group of equipments wherein we are using in our working areas, not only in construction, but merely in mining industry. So we have the aim of this session. The aim of this session is the participants will be able to know the basic. So dapat alam natin kung ano yung basic skills at knowledge na develop natin to implement appropriate fleet and road work traffic management safety that will provide. Dapat we know the program on fleet safety and traffic management for road works. Understand fleet and road safety hazards associated with roadworks, transportation, and its operations. Then we would also know how to address a serious public safety concern on distracted driving as the suspected culprit of death. Establish a culture where drivers are focused on doing their job and following proper procedures. And the last is safety for road users and a safe environment for road workers. So at the end of the session, I will expect that before leaving this webinar, we'll be able to know this objectives. So as what we heard from Sir Binay, we have to follow the standards, all the standards. Kasi di ba sabi natin pag we have to operate, hindi tayo nag-follow ng standard, we are unacceptable. So dapat may mga basis tayo as to the legal laws. So when it comes to mines, all mining companies are mandated to follow the mine safety and health standard. So I will give you the background so that we know while following the discussions. So all mining companies, we have to comply with the provisions of the revised implementing rules and regulation of Republic Act 7942 otherwise known as the Philippine Mining Act of 1995. So mine safety and health standard. So in close to this standard, these are the basic sections wherein the very most important when we are on operating companies. So we have the section 1, accident and illnesses. As all we know, while we are operating, all accidents shall be reported to Mines and Geosciences Bureau and furnished copy to the DOLI BWC, Bureau of Working Condition. So we have also the section 2, classification of mines and service contractors. Of course, class A or class B, we have the provisions of how many engaged, how many safety officers. There's a table over that. And then section 3, we have establishment of a safety and health organization. We can never operate without any safety and health office. Then we have section 4, the qualification of safety men. Ito na yung sinasabi natin. Safety men for MGB is equivalent to safety officer at the DOLE. Okay, so don't be confused. Then in section 5, we have duties and responsibilities. Section 6, rights of employees. Section 7, duties of employees and representative. Then section 8, we have also the Central Safety and Health Committee. Then section 9, safety and health training. And section 10, which is the stoppage, resumption, and decommissioning of operation. So these are the basic 10 provisions. So out of this, enclosed down in this, that's 2000, I am also included some of chapters which are applicable during this discussion. So for chapter 7, at the general provision, chapter 7, section 4, rule 397, it states here that trucks shall be inspected at the beginning of each shift and during service periods. Any defects shall be reported immediately to the supervisor. As we can see, each companies have shifting schedules, so there should be a inspection checklist before the turnover. So this is the rule that states. The next we have section 1, the general provision, rule 363. It states that a spotter or person directing the movement of equipment during nighttime shall be provided with illuminating device such as flashlight, miner's lamp, reflectorized vest, or any combination thereof. So a spotter, equipment safety needs a spotter during the movement. The next we have section 1, rule 369. Spare or broken down equipment shall not be left unattended near the to or crest of a bench and unstable ground. Of course, kasi pag iniwan natin sila sa unstable ground, they will be included when the ground will be eroded. So it's a damage to our equipments. Then next, we have section 4, rule 398. States that gauges shall be in the operating range after startup, and this shall be checked often during operation. Next is section 4, rule 399. When traveling on a haulage road at the start of a shift, operators shall be required to drive slowly and check routes for conditions and for any hazards. So they should be in a road safety and equipment. Then for section 4, also rule 401, it states, this is very important guys, a minimum safe distance of 30 meters with a speed of 30 kilometers per hour shall be observed and following another truck on a downgrade under normal condition. So kaya tayo may mga policy tayo na kilometer per hour kung the maximum na within that company. Then we have also the tailgating policy. So in the tailgating policy, this is very applicable. Next, section 4, rule 402. Trucks shall not be parked closer than 20 meters behind or in front of 2 meters beside other trucks. So it's very explainable. Then section 4, Rule 403, right-hand traffic shall always be maintained unless otherwise directed or driving at the left side of the road is justifiable and safely warranted. So may mga cases tayo na we have a repair, nagme-maintain tayo ng roads. So pag mag-right, mag-left, ano tayo, left-hand traffic, dapat it should be safely warranted. May mga early warning device or may spotter na dapat to guide the road users. Next is we have section 4, Rule 413. Empty trucks and light vehicles shall yield the right of way to loaded units or heavy equipment. As you can see in all mining companies, I don't know if it's all. We can see that one of the signages visible along the whole roads is gave way to loaded trucks. So this is the rule behind that section. Then section 4, Rule 415. Width of a permanent 2 lanes haulage road shall not be less than 3 times the width of the widest hauling truck. So since we are discussing here the road safety, take note guys that a width, so the 2 lanes road should be 3 times kung ano yung pinakamalaki na tumatakbo sa company ninyo. So if articulated yung pinakamalaki, dapat 3 times the width ng articulated yun, dapat ang size ng isang safety na road, haulage road, rather. Okay, so next, section 4, Rule 416, states that all haulage roads shall be provided with safety berm with a height not less than the height of the cam or hab. So alam natin yan, dapat kasi pag if ever ang trucks natin ay mag-split doon sa gilid, hindi agad siya mahuhulog. May safety berm pa na nakakapag-control sa kanila. Then next, section 4, Rule 417, spotters shall be required to guide and to occupy possession not less than 4 meters away, normal to the cab and at the driver's side before giving the signal to dump. So please take note that before any movement of the equipment, there should be a spotter which is 4 meters away and will stand at the driver's side. Okay? So that's all the down it is the 2000, the safety and health standards. So now let's go to the department order and the DOLE. Number 198, series of 2018, implementing rules and regulations of RA, Republic Act 11058. So this act was signed by President Duterte last December 6, 2018, and was published through the Philippine Star last January 9, 2019, and effective last January 24, 2019. So this implementing rules and regulation, it's an act strengthening compliance with occupational safety and health standard and providing penalties thereof. So ito yung bagong department order na pinalabas ngayon ng department order ni Presidente Duterte. So under this DOLE, DO 198-18, it states that it shall ensure that the provision of the labor code of the Philippines, all domestic laws and internationally thus recognized standards and oaths are being fully enforced and complied with by the employers, and it shall be provided penalties for any violations thereof, though it is clearly elaborated. Then the state shall protect every worker against injury, sickness, death through safe and healthful working condition. So this is very clear na department order as a reminders. Then ang coverage nito, yung 11058 natin, it shall apply to all establishments, projects and sites and all other places where works being undertaken all branches of economic activity. So this will including, so kasali dito yung establishments located inside the special economic zones and other investment promotion agencies. So ang mga kasali dito is si Philippine Economic Zone Authority, si PIZA, Clark Development Corporation, so CDC. Then utilities engaged in air, sea, and land transportation. So lahat pala ng eroplano, lahat ng mga barko na tumatakbo sa air at saka sa land, this is covered with this department order. Then industries such as mining, fishing, construction, agriculture, and maritime. So this is very clear. Okay, guys? So under this IRR 11058, Section 10. Section 10, safety in the use of equipment. So contractor or subcontractor, if any, must comply with the OSH standard set by DOLE on safety and use of such equipment in the different phases of the company or project operation, including the transport to and from the establishment, project site, or place where work to be undertaken. Then appropriate training and certification by the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority or TESDA, Professional Regulation Commission, PRC, or other concerned agency shall be a requirement to operators before use of equipment if applicable. Okay? So hope na na-practice na natin ito. Otherwise, pag hindi pa, managot tayo dito sa IRR ng 11058. Okay, then Department Order number 13, series of 1998, Safety on Construction and Heavy Equipment. So itong yung safety ng construction in relation to any heavy equipment operation in a construction site, the following are required in different phases of the project. So ibig sabihin, during pre-construction, dapat covered na dito. During construction, then 10.2.1, mobilization or transport of heavy equipment while nag-mobilize tayo. Then erection, setup of heavy equipment. So naka-cover din dito. Routine inspection. Then certified operators. Yung sabi natin kanina, mga TESDA. There's TESDA certified or PRC. Then 10.3, post-operation and post-construction. So while engaging until the end, until na nagsisimula na tayo, lahat tayo may mga compliance with the government. Okay? So, too much on the compliances. Let's move on to our topic on fleet and road safety. First, I will give you the fleet safety. When we say fleet safety, yung isang problema natin sa mga equipments natin is yung mga gumagamit nito. The first problem that we encountered is the over-acceleration. Yung mga over-acceleration na yung mga equipments natin na i-over-accelerate natin, diba, the effect should be overspeeding. Then next is the braking habits. Yung braking habits natin, the more na you're using it frequently, the more na mag-mulos siya or mabasiyo siya, masabi pag ganun mo, wala na. Pero nandyan pa na ano lang siya. Diba? Yung braking habits. Then seatbelt usage. May mga tao na hindi gumagamit ng seatbelts kasi feeling nila hindi sila comfortably. But they are not aware of their safety. The next, speeding. Kung hindi mo nire-regulate yung speed mo, yun ang problema sa fleet safety. Sharp cornering. Yung sabi nila na pag pag lumiko, parang kumbaga sa binocular natin na parang danggit daw pag magkurbada. Then after our vehicle usage, ito yung mga problem na nasa fleet natin, na gumagamit ng fleet. Okay? So hope na maano nito. So what is a fleet safety? Fleet safety, it is a program that establishes safety policies and procedures to meet the compliance regulations. So of course, pag magsabi tayo program, how effective is your program? Yun ang masabi natin na safety. Di ba? Then improve driver safety and behavior and reduce risk and costs in fleets. Keeping commercial fleet drivers and bystanders safety on road. So ito daw yung program na masasabi natin na si fleet is safety siya. Then implementing a fleet program begins with setting standards. When we say setting standards and expectations for our drivers and assets, of course, we have to set the standards to make it safety. Then, but our new technology as of now, arise problem from phone calls and texting to now drivers using smartphones apps while behind the wheel. Have you observed? Na halos lahat ng may mga accidents tayo along the road na yung mga problems kung magamit ng phone or nagti-text, may tumatawag, so yung mga ganon. So this is a serious public safety concern, which is 90% or 70% of our highway traffic collisions are due to human error. Then collisions involving distracted drivers, 70%, diba? So the National Safety Council reports on typical day, more than 700 people are injured in distracted driving process. So I don't know, kahit sa company namin kung saan halos lahat kung may mga kahit kunting aksidente, mga driver's error yung lumalabas. Okay? So why is fleet safety important? So fleet safety is very important to improve. We have to improve, and important ito kasi dapat kung ano yung program natin, dapat i-improve natin. Tingin natin na hindi siya effective, dapat matulungan natin siya i-improve. So how to improve fleet safety? So yung number one natin gagawin is get good data on what your drivers are doing. So data, when we say data, there should be a monitoring system natin. Paano natin makuha yung data ng drivers kung pabayaan natin sila? So right. So after we get the data, gagamitin natin ito to effectively coach. Kasi hindi naman natin masasabi na lahat ng mga drivers natin are doing well. So yun nga sabi nila, yung saging na kahit anong sarap or anong ng isang niya, beautiful siya tingnan, pero may isa talaga na mali ang ang pang-uugali, di ba? So yun ang masasabi natin na after getting the data, magsabi natin yung per departments, may makikita natin na may isa doon na kaskasero or mag-overspeeding. That's the time na malalaman natin. So doon natin ibibigay yung coaching natin. Then the real-time driver feedback can set up through our spoken word go talk alerts. Yung mga go talk alerts natin such as warning a driver about speeding or failing to put on a seatbelt. Okay? So yun ang ibig number one na natin i-improve. Then next is set up safety-focused driver scorecard report. So kung may mga drivers report card tayo every day, that's your drivers exactly that you may not see them regularly. May mga ibang companies, some other companies, every day, yung mga drivers may sinasabi natin na EUR, Equipment Utilization Report. So doon natin malalaman o ma-check na ang mga driver on ano na ang mga ginagawa, ano na yung mga ano nila, mga performance with that day. The next is create a fleet safety policy. Yun ang pinaka-importante. Anything na ginagawa natin pag walang policy o walang system, hindi talaga yan effective. So kung baga, it will mess everything. Hindi tulad na kung may policy, may susundin ng mga workers natin, yun ang pinaka number 1 na mag-i-improve. Then distribute to current employees as well as the newly hires in onboarding package or signage in the lot. So kung may policy tayo, we have to disseminate that policy and we have to inform all the drivers. Regular walk the talk, communicate the importance of safety to your drivers, and consider incentivizing good driving behaviors. Yung mga incentives, ano natin? Incentives program, safety awareness and incentive program, ito yung makapa-improve ng fleet safety natin. Okay? So after that, improving the fleet safety, we have 10 ways to improve safe fleet safety. Okay? Yung number 1 is motor vehicle record checks. Yung sabi natin MVR. This is inexpensive and priceless. When we say motor vehicle record checks, sa some companies, may mga may mga policy na lahat ng mga fleets na lumalabas, lahat ng mga drivers na lumalabas ng mine side, dapat may approve na trip tickets. Yung trip tickets, dapat alam ni Transportation Department at alam rin ni admin at ni HR. So isa sila na magsasign, then it shall be approved by the highest official of the mines. So na mati-check namin ang vehicles kung saan siya papunta out of that trip ticket monitoring. Then number 2, online driver training and videos. When we say online, di ba nagte-training tayo ng drivers? Hindi lang yung before hiring na nagbibigay tayo ng mga trade tests, nagbibigay tayo ng mga equipment providers, nagbibigay ng mga training, kundi from time to time, dapat magbibigay tayo ng mga training. Kung may videos, much better. So hope you follow me. The number 3, behind the wheel driver training. Yung behind the wheel, hindi lang tayo pwede na magbibigay ng training pag na-aksidente na yung driver. Kung hindi, dapat may mga constant na mga coaching tayo behind the wheel. Lalo na kung bago, ililipat mo siya sa ibang brand na equipment. So dapat may mga behind the wheel driver training tayo na ibibigay sa kanila from time to time. The next, prevent accidents with rewards and incentives. Di ba? Pag may mga rewards tayo, mga incentives na magsabi tayo, yung may walang absent ng mga drivers, or yung walang mga maintenance records na job orders sa motor pool, dapat bigyan natin ng rewards para as awareness sa ibang mga drivers na may rewards pala. So they have to work in a safest possible way. The next is use newsletters to spread information. Of course, yung mga newsletters natin, kung may mga leaflets tayo, then how to disseminate sa sa some companies, ang ginagawa is constant toolbox meeting. Yung mga toolbox meeting kung what is the performance for a day, what is the performance for a week, dapat mailabas natin, maibigay natin sa kanila na, oh, you have a good performance, wala bang isang bagsak dyan, yung mga ganon. Yung mga pala saway naman na drivers, sinasabihan natin na, oy, ikaw ano ka, will give you warning. So that's the spreading of information. The next is create seatbelt usage. Yung mga seatbelt usage na yung mga bagong drivers dapat baka hindi alam, baka galing ng mga old na mga vehicles na hindi man lang pinapansin yung mga seatbelts, dapat before sila isalang natin sa bago nilang mga driver na trabaho, ma-demonstrate natin kung ano yung paggamit, anong importansya ng paggamit ng seatbelts. Okay, the next is have drivers sign safety agreement. Magsabi tayo na drivers sign a safety agreement. Yung mga safety agreement na sinasabi dito is, number one is yung policy natin. Safety rules and regulation. Habang nagbibigay tayo ng safety rules and regulation natin sa mga drivers, may mga acknowledgement ba tayo? At least masabi natin, oops, I already give you the safety policy, na-elaborate ko na sa iyo, na-explain ko na sa iyo. So, kunting acknowledge naman na I've been taught on what is the company policy, what is the fleet policy of the company. So, dapat may mga acknowledgement na may sign sila. So, yung mga items dito na dapat ma-include is yung paggamit ng cellphones, road rage, yung sa mga slope, defensive driving, then the value of company vehicle, number one yan, masabi natin, kasi baka sabihin nila na yung dinadrive nila is only how much. So dapat para alagaan naman nila for that instant na nandyan sila nakapatong sa manubela. Then tire maintenance, on how to maintain the tire. Then anti-lock braking system, yung sabi natin ABS. Then driving inclements weather conditions and seatbelt use. So dapat nandyan yan na may pipirmahan sila na mga agreement. Okay, acknowledgement. Not necessarily agreement, but it's a acknowledgement. The next is have drivers pay for preventable accidents. Ito yung pinakamadugo, masabi natin na pay. Take note that any monetary na pababayaran natin ng drivers it should be a due process. A due process with the legal agreement. Kung magsabi tayo before sila na-hire natin, na lahat ng mga aksidente dapat i-due process natin, may mga accident incident investigation. Kaya nga meron tayong provision ng Central Safety and Health Committee, which is the highest governing body sa company natin, kung saan out of that Central Safety and Health Committee, may mga subcommittees tayo. One of that subcommittee is the Accident Incident Investigation Committee. The purpose of this Accident Incident Investigation Committee, ito sila yung magbibigay ng verdict kung yung drivers ba is nagkakasala, preventable accidents ba yun, or it's force majeure, or para naman in fairness sa mga drivers natin, they are protected. Ano naman nila yung side nila. So pay for preventable accidents, ito yung sabi ko na madugo na dapat naka-policy tayo nito na may pinirmahan sila na they have to pay for that preventable accidents. Okay? The next is prevent DUIs. Ano yung DUIs? This is drivers under influence through driver safety education. Yung mga drivers natin na while behind the wheel, din nakainom or under drugs, or di natin alam kung ano yun, wala physically present but mentally absent. So there should be a safety education from time to time. Hindi lang sa magbigay lang kayo ng education, safety education pag may na violate na kayo na nakainom, nagda-drive ng nakainom, nagda-drive under influence. Kundi dapat from time to time may constant safety education tayo. We have to be a pro-safety approach. Ito yung as a safety officers dapat pro-safety approach tayo pagdating natin sa mga co-workers natin. Being the safety officer, we have to be a pro-safety approach. Then the last is the number 10, spread safety info through meetings and workshops. Of course, yung mga meetings natin, malaki yung maitulong ng mga meetings natin sa mga driver, sa mga workers natin. Hindi nyo isali yung mga drivers, hindi nyo isali yung ibang mga operators, which is ito yung the best na maibigay natin na safety information sa kanila. That while they're working with our company, from time to time, safety ay naibigay natin sa kanila. Hindi lang kung baka violation na yung tao, i-reorient mo, kundi from time to time, i-spray talaga natin. We have to walk the talk. Walk the talk before operation, and then formal meetings, dapat meron tayo niyan. This is to improve our fleet safety. Okay? Then, since we are talking with the policies, fleet safety policy, these are the 4 ways. The 4 ways to improve fleet safety policy. So 4 ways. Sabi natin may policy na ako. How to improve? Bakit marami pa rin akong disgrasya? Bakit hindi pa rin effective yung program ko? So maybe these 4 ways baka it will help us improve. Number 1, set and communicate safety policies with your drivers. Nai-communicate ba natin? Naipaliwanag ba natin isa-isa? Yung mga consequences, if ever na mag-violate sila ng ganon? If ever nga ano yung outcome na pag ginagawa nila yung hindi dapat gagawin, lalo na sa mga equipment manipulation, so dapat ma-communicate natin sa kanila. The next is routinely inspect vehicle for safety and DOT compliance. When we say routinely, dapat may schedule tayo ng inspection. Some other companies, their fleet inspections will be done every before using and every before shift will start. So sa case namin, ang motor pool and maintenance department, may mga equipment checklist sila na everyday ipapasa sa safety officer proving that they are checking all their equipments before operations. So as an example, we will give you the generic, this is a very generic fleet inspection checklists. Yung sinasabi nila na blow baguettes, I know this is very common, pero the more na we will implement the inspection checklists understandable to all the drivers, the more it will be effective. When we say blow baguettes, this is very simple. When we say blow, brake, lights, oil, water, battery, air, gauge, engine, tire, and self. Ito yung blow baguettes. Madali ano ng drivers na, uy, naka-blue baguettes na ba ako? Kahit ako, yung pag nag-inspect ako before operation ng area, may driver ako na bagong ligo pa, tapos papunta pa ng operation, pinapara ko yan, oh, nag-blue baguettes ka na ba? Minsan, ano yung checklist sa akin. So, madali nila maintindihan na that is the very common inspection checklist. That is the routinely inspect vehicles for safety and DOT compliance. Okay? Then number 3, use vehicle assignment history to monitor assets. Of course, vehicle assignment, dapat alam mo saan assign yung vehicle. Then, para ma-monitor mo, paano yan mo ma-monitor? Makikita mo kailan ito na-acquire, yung mga ORCR nila. How many years na to? Kasi the more na long-aged na, kumbaga mga luma na equipment, the more na yung efficiency is not effective. Why? It add more costs on the fuel, on the maintenance. So dapat may mga monitor assets tayo para masabi natin na mag-improve yung fleet safety natin. At the same time, it will lessen the costs. Okay, then number 4, leverage telematics tools to maximize visibility. Alam mo, ito yung mga telematics tools. Ito yung example dito is yung mga GPS natin. Yung mga GPS natin, makikita natin kung saan ang ating mga drivers. So, then, magagamit rin natin ito, mag-a-alarm ito kung yung driver natin is magamit ng harsh na sa brake, nag-overspeeding. So, mag-a-alarm ito, then at the same time, tayo rin makakapag-alarm sa kanila. Then, itong GPS na to, this is very costly, though costly, pero pag ikumpara mo yan to the maintenance and to the accidents na mga mai-compute mo yan kung saan yung what if gumagamit tayo itong mga telematics tools na to, then na prevent natin yung mga accidents, wala tayong losses. Then at the same time, wala tayong mga drivers na magkakaroon sa magkaka-hospital. So wala tayong mga medical expenses. Then ang mga equipments natin maalagaan kasi hindi nag-aabuso. Pag nagta-travel, tama-tama lang yung speed kasi may mga GPS sila, matatakot sila na, oy, minomonitor ako. So yan yung dapat natin ma-consider kung magsabi tayo na i-improve natin yung fleet safety natin. Telematics tools. So this is very some of the companies gumagamit na nito. Yung mga rich na companies. Pero yun na nga, if it's very justifiable for safety purposes, costs, production versus safety, so you can compare these tools than to nothing at all. Okay? So, are you with me? Hope you will be with me. Oras pa naman ng tulugan ngayon. Okay. So, since tapos na tayo sa fleet safety, punta tayo ng roadwork safety. Kung sabi tayo roadwork safety, of course, yung mga topics na i-tackle natin dito is course aim and learning objectives, roadwork safety manual, worksite traffic management principles, components of a typical roadwork site, description and use of signs and devices, high visibility clothing, installation, operation, and removal of signs and devices, instructions for traffic controllers, flagmen, roadwork examples, roadwork traffic management guides, principles for planning and operation, conclusion and summary. So isa-isahin natin ito. Madali lang to. When we say roadwork safety manual, it will provide for the safety of course, road workers and road users. So it will be achieved by appropriate planning. So lahat ng mga construction natin pag walang planning, it's miss is a miss pag walang planning. Next, appropriate selection of signs and devices. Dapat yung signage mo, it fits the purpose. Proper installation of signs and devices, kung saan yung proper installation. Regular checking and maintenance. Uniform practices, consistency. Dapat uniform siya. Then creating awareness and providing information to achieve appropriate road users' behavior. Then principle, worksite traffic management. Responsibility for safety at work sites. The agency carrying out construction or maintenance works on roads or bridges has a responsibility for preventing any injury to road users. Of course, ikaw yung agency, ikaw yung may responsibility lahat ng road users. Then road workers or other domains. If works are by contract, it is also the contractor's responsibility. Take note ha. Kung ikaw yung contractors, pinapakontract mo pa rin sa iba, so you will be solidarily liable for that road safety ng mga road users. Okay? Then responsibility of supervisor personnel. Provide safe and convenient traveling conditions for road users. Of course, di ba? Ako yung supervisor, of course, I will provide safety, dapat convenient, at nasa maayos lahat ng mga road user, ng mga roads ko dahil para sa mga road users. Next, provide safe working conditions for personnel and machinery. Will provide. You will be supervising all the working conditions for personnel and machinery. Yung tao mo at saka yung mga machines mo. Then ensure site personnel are aware of their responsibilities. So dapat may mga responsibility sila. Kaya nga may safety and health program tayo. Simple construction company. Di ba nagpapasa tayo ng safety and health program sa DOLE? So out of that program, dapat may duties and responsibilities ng bawat isa na involved sa construction na yun. Next, responsibility of the workers. Take care for their own safety. Then to keep a proper lookout for danger. Yung sabi natin na lahat ng safety, kasi working na lang safety officer tayo, nakasalala yung safety nila sa atin. No. They have to keep a proper lookout for danger. Nasa kanila yan. To take care for their own safety, to use the equipment provided, and to use it for its proper use. To follow the method of work laid down, kung ano yung instruction, yung area of operation niya. Then to obey all lawful instructions, to give proper attention to their work, and wear protective clothing provided for their own safety. Okay guys, speaking of wear protective clothing, this is what we call the PPE, personal protective equipment. So under RE113-Road, it was clearly elaborated that PPE of workers should be free of charge. Okay? Ini-elaborate ko lang. It is free of charge. Free of costs. Okay? Next, careful consideration should be given to the signing of the work site, no matter how brief of the occupation of the site may be. This should include adequate advance warning of workers and machinery. May mga early warning tayo. Then, adequate warning of changes in surface condition. Dapat kahit sa sa mga excavation mo lang, dapat may mga early warning tayo na slow down excavation ahead. Yung mga ganon. Then, protection of workers. Then, adequate guidance through past or around the work site. Dapat may guidance talaga ang isa-isa. Okay? Then, principles. Positioning of devices. We will see positioning. So proper displayed and securely mounted. Since we are talking of road safety here, dapat alam natin, dapat standard yung pag-display pa lang natin ng mga devices natin. Then within the line of sight of the intended road user, dapat line of sight. Hindi yung may signage ka nga pero tulanga ka sa langit para lang mabasa. Then, not be obscured from view either by vegetation or parked cars. May signage ka nga, pero natakpan ng mga dahon. So, hindi yun dapat. They're not a possible hazard to workers, pedestrians, or vehicles. So, may signage ka nga, pero yung tao, habang nakalakad, gumaganon pa kasi may signage na nakakasugat. So, hindi ganon. Then, not to force traffic into an undesirable path. Hindi talaga siya obstruction pagdating sa traffic. Then, signs and devices should generally be placed 1 meter clear of the travel path. So, dapat 1 meter pa siya. Kung nasa gitna yung ano mo, yung after sa road mo sa gilid, 1 meter siya nandyan. Okay? The signs that are erected on posts, yung may mga post na ilalagay nyo doon, it should be measured from the underside of the sign. So this is self-explanatory, no? Then for rural areas, 1.5 meters minimum above the level of the road. Above. When we say above, taas. Then urban areas, 2.2 meters above the level of curb or footpath. So ibig sabihin, from foot to roadway, so magkaiba yan ang measurement. Okay? The next, worksite traffic management pa rin, other worksite definitions. When we say short-term works, magsabi si engineer, short-term works lang to. So ibig sabihin, works completed within a day. So kung nagtatrabaho ka ng 5 to 4 or 5 to ilan yung 8 hours, matapos mo yan, so hindi na tayo pwede lang hindi tayo maglagay ng signs overnight. Kasi tapos naman yung work. That's a short-term works. When we say long-term works, works taking longer than 1 day. So, hindi matapos ng isang araw. So, kailangan natin ng signage for the overnight. Ano ba yung mga signage natin overnight? Alam natin, makikita natin mamaya. Then, pag magsabi tayo low speed road, low lang siya, low speed. So, traffic approach speed is less than 60 km per hour. So, less than, that's low speed, 60 km per hour. Pag high-speed road, traffic approach speed is between 60 km per hour and 80 km. So, in between na siya ng 60 to 80, so medyo mabilis na. Kaya nga high-speed, ha? The next is very high-speed road. Traffic approach speed is greater than 80 km per hour. So, mas mabilis siya. That's very high-speed road. Magsabi tayo low-volume road. Low lang siya. Less than 1,500 vehicles per day. So, less than lang siya ng 1.5 ang dumadaan sa road na yan. Pag sabi tayo high volume road, ito ay more than 1,500 vehicles per day. So, more than 1,500 ang dumadaan. Okay? Para hindi tayo malilito pag ano natin ang worksite traffic management. Then, worksite traffic management, description and use of signs and devices. Ito na. Kung sabi tayo signs and devices for worksite approaches, ito yung sa mga approaches, used to give advance warning for long-term work sites other than bridge works. Kung sabi tayo, road work ahead. So this is very common, right? Then the sign is generally not necessary at short-term works, but may be desirable for short-term. In high-speed roads where additional advance warning is considered necessary. Okay, so this is very self-explanatory. Magsabi tayo road work, advanced pa, magagay tayo ng 10 meters or 100 meters ahead. So that's another advanced na ibig sabihin, may nagtatrabaho 100 meters away. Okay? Next is, kung bridge, ganun rin. Use X kilometer, advance of bridge works. Ganun pa rin ang purpose. Then, signs and devices for worksite approaches. The workman ahead symbolic sign is used to give warning workers undertaking short-term or long-term works. Short-term or long-term. Pag makakita kayo ng signs na to, ibig sabihin, may mga tao nagtatrabaho doon sa away. This sign shall only be displayed when workers are working and are visible to traffic. Yung nakikita. Okay, the sign should always be used when a traffic controller is controlling traffic. Of course, may traffic aid kayo, may flagman, dapat may sign kayo na ganito. Lalo na yung mga construction firm na nasa highway nagtatrabaho. Note, may note dito. The symbolic sign replaces an older style than used words. Dati, ito yung ginagamit natin, workmen ahead. Pero ngayon, ito ng mga symbol. Next, road machinery ahead, used at work site, where machinery is working on the roadway with no form of traffic control. So, walay form of traffic control. Grader ahead, used where a grader is engaged in pavement, shoulder, roadside maintenance. So, may nag-grader doon sa side road or sa pavement or sa shouldering. Next 2 kilometer, pag nakakita tayo na next 2 kilometer, used in conjunction with either the workmen ahead or road machinery ahead or grader ahead. So magsabi tayo next 2 kilometers. Of course, hindi din ninyo ilagay na hindi pa siya nag 2 km. Dapat around 2 km, ilagay natin ang next 2 km. May nagtatrabaho. So that's a warning device. Then roadwork next 2 kilometer used to supplement other advanced signs where they are a series of 2 or more work areas within the work site. So kung baga may series of work kayo ginagawa. Halimbawa yung isa na kukumpak ng road, yung isa naman nagka-concreting. So ito yung mga road signs na ilalagay natin. Then roadwork on side road used in advance of an intersection to warn road users of roadwork activities on the side road. So roadwork on the side road. So it's very explanatory. Okay, and roadwork used at the departure end of the work site. So departure, the sign is not necessary on mobile works, short-term works, or where an end detour sign is used. So ito yung end road work. Kung sabi natin end road work, wala na. Wala na yung nagtatrabaho away from this signage. Okay, so sign and devices for regulatory control of traffic. So this is very common. Signs or flags used by a traffic controller to control traffic. Any temporary obstruction or hazard, example, blasting or machinery crossing the road, where one lane of a two-way road or bridge is closed. So one way. Kung sabi natin one way. Then flags are only suitable in low traffic volume situations, generally in rural areas. Yung mga flags, take note yung mga flags. Then prepare to stop is used to give advance warning where traffic may be required to stop at the direction of a traffic controller or at portable temporary traffic signals. So ito ang ibig sabihin na prepare to stop. So makikita natin habang may nagtatrabaho sa highway nito. Then detour ahead. Detour signs, magsabi natin detour ahead to give advance warning of detour by passing section of normal roadway which is not trafficable. The detour may use other roads or streets or a constructed sidetrack. So, dapat may signs ka na detour. Okay? Then, end detour. Use determination area to indicate the detour has intent. Wherever road users need to be advised, they have returned to their original route. So, kasi pag magsabi tayo detour, that is temporary, then maglagay talaga tayo ng end detour para track na yung road user sa original na highway na dadaanan. Okay? Then detour, ito very common, indicate direction and location for traffic to leave the normal roadway. Then itong barricade na to used to inhibit access to a work area. Barrier board shall not be used for delineation purposes. So hindi ito dapat gamitin na masabi natin delineation. This is not. Take note, they shall not be placed parallel to the direction of traffic flow unless farther than 4 meters away from the thorough traffic lane. Sometimes kasi sa normal situation, ginagawa natin ito ng lagyan no entry. Pero okay lang yan, no entry, pero hindi ibig sabihin na ay para visible ito, hindi dadaanan. So it's not, ha? Next, vehicle mounted warning devices. Yung mga mounted na nasa vehicle natin. Surveillance and inspection vehicles. Vehicles working on low volume roads. When we say low volume is yung mga around 1.5 lang ang dumadaan, di ba? So a single rotating lamp is suitable for vehicle conducting intermittent inspections. Rotating lamp. So intermittent, so madalas lang siya. Okay? Yung two rotating lamps should be considered constant surveillance or inspection to be conducted. So dapat yung dalawa na lamp, ibig sabihin, constant yung surveillance or inspections. So, lagi ginagawa yung inspections. Isa lang, madalang lang yung inspection. A double-sided folding symbolic workman sign may be mounted on the top of a works vehicle. It is folded into the upright position and made visible to motorists when moving slowly or when stopped to carry out works. So ito makikita natin yung purpose. In high or low volume roads, the flashing sign comprises a set of lamps to form an arrow to direct road users. Okay? Yung isa lang nag-flash. Then can be used as a warning device by flashing the bar only. Alternatively, the four corner lights at the extremities of the barbs can be flashed as diagonal pairs. So this is nagbi-blink siya to indicate the arrow kung saan papunta yung road. Ito yung sabi natin na vehicle mounted warning devices. Next, blasting work signs. When we say blasting area switch off radio transmitters, ito yung usual na mababasa natin. This sign shall be used when electronic detonators are to be handled or used within 100 meters of a road and shall be displayed at the edge of the roadway on all road approaches at a distance of not less than 200 meters from the handling of blasting site. So this is self-explanatory, right? Then end blasting areas to be used a minimum of 200 meters beyond the blasting or handling area. When we say beyond, dapat may ano na siya na 200 meters to indicate where transmitters can again be used. So take note, basta may mga blasting na mga activity, dapat you are very generous enough or very pag yung mga signs ninyo kasi blasting is very, very critical na trabaho na dapat safety yung kailanganin. Lalo na pag nasa highway. Okay, nasa mga bundok. Okay? Then high visibility clothing. High visibility clothing is traffic safety vest, front view. So alam naman natin to, worn at all times while working, properly fastened, and clean and in good condition. Kasi may makikita natin sa highway na yung mga safety vest nila, minsan isa na lang yung sa shoulder, yung iba wala na. So tear out na. So nakakahiya naman sa mga contractors. Yung mga ganon na lahat ng mga road users dumadaan tapos makikita yung workers ninyo na ganon yung suot-suot ng mga vest. Then operation. Layout variation, change layout to suit change circumstances. Long-term operation, greater than 1 day. Remove cover signs not applicable for outside of work hour. Maintenance of devices, ineffective signs and devices shall be replaced. Okay. Daily routine tasks, periodically drive through the work site. Attend to minor problems as they occur. Reposition signs and devices as required. and record keeping. Ito ang ibig sabihin ng daily routine task, maintenance of devices, long-term operation, layout variation. So ito yung mga instructions for traffic controllers. Ito yung mga, minsan, mga signage natin na hawak-hawak na sa roads. Roadwork, stop, yung 60 kilometers, ibig sabihin, yung end users dapat 60 km per hour lang yung tatakbuhin. Then, definition. A traffic controller is a person whose duty is to control traffic at roadwork signs. It is essential that stop, slow signs, or red and green flags are used to control the traffic. Traffic controllers be corrected, dressed for traffic control duties. Correct signs are in place for traffic controller. Dapat correct signs. Limitations for a traffic controller. Baka hindi natin alam, supervisor tayo sa highway, sa construction natin, hindi natin alam kung ano yung duties ng traffic controller mo. Should only control traffic with the stop, slow signs, or red and green flags. Ito yung trabaho nila. Next, has no authority to demand a motorist's name and address. Okay? So pag hindi nag-follow yung road users, hindi pwede si traffic aid na magsabi, "Oy, sino ang pangalan mo?" So hindi yan. Has no authority to direct traffic through red traffic signal. Okay, pag red talaga, hindi siya pwede na i-direct ang traffic. So, hope pag nag-orient kayo ng traffic aid ninyo, traffic controller ninyo, dapat ibigay ninyo yung duties nila ng ganito. Location ng traffic controller. 30 meters in advance of work area. Take note ha, 30 meters. With good sight distance of oncoming traffic. Good sight distance. With an escape path in an emergency. Hindi yung dito mo pinupwesto yung traffic controller mo tapos wala na siyang escape. What if mag-loose brake yung vehicle papunta sa kanya? Wala na siyang matatakbuhan. Madidisgrasya yung traffic controller natin. Next is where the other traffic controller is visible. Dapat visible sila. Then where the traffic controller can be seen by the road user, be aware of. Pag hindi makikita, sun glare. Bislaw, yung samaw sa, kumbaga sa, natin, binocular, samaw. Shade, signs, and other objects. So, dapat visible sila. Two-way radios for communication. Use where other traffic controller is not visible. Yung mga blind curve, na roadworks na kayo dyan, then doon din, pero hindi makita, dapat lagyan ninyo ng dalawang traffic controller. Dapat may radio sila na mag-synchronize na, oh, go ako dito. Sige, stop ka dyan. So yung mga ganun na mga sistema. Procedure to control traffic. Stand at the curb or shoulder. Wait for a suitable break in the traffic. Extend the sign 45 degrees with stop facing oncoming traffic and using stop hand signal. When approaching traffic has stopped, the traffic controller may move from the shoulder or curb onto the roadway with the stop sign facing the traffic. So alam naman natin yan, this is very self-explanatory. To release the traffic after the other traffic controller have stopped traffic at the far end of the work site and the traffic has passed. Move back to the side of the road with a stop sign still facing the stop vehicles. When the traffic controller is off the road, turn the signs to slow and use the proceed hand signal motion to release the traffic. Okay, if using flags, follow a similar procedure. Red flag to stop the traffic and green flag to release the traffic. Okay, traffic controller action at the work site, safety, be alert, beware of hazards, protruding routes. Alam natin yan, escape. Then be aware of reduced visibility, dust, heavy rain, fog, smoke, sun glare. We need to cease work or change position. Hindi yung pabayaan mo na itulak mo siya, diyan ka. No. Dapat safety pa rin yung works traffic controller mo. Attitude. courteous when dealing with the public, must possess the appearance of authority. Magsabi tayo appearance to, he has the appearance na to be followed. Parang authoritative na, oops, stop ka. Yung mga ganun. Then possess positive attitude towards the job. Dapat positive siya. In case of traffic accidents occurrences at the work site, keep controlling traffic for the safety of the workers. Hindi yung may aksidente, binabayaan mo yung traffic. The more na baka may susunod na mga aksidente. So ang gagawin ni traffic aid is let other assist in the accident and let others call company ERPP or EMS. By please, pakitawag ng EMS, sino bang may radio dyan? At dapat i-control mo yung remaining hazards muna. Hindi mo pwede tulungan agad kasi pag tinulungan mo agad, baka may susunod, pati pa ikaw ay ma-disgrasya, yung traffic controller mo. Kaya, let others call. Okay? Yung mga sample ng mga traffic control, tama ba to? Yung mga ganito, kung tama ba yung ginagawa niya or mali. So, traffic control conclusion. Key points for the traffic controller. Be visible to the road user. Do not stand on the road until approaching traffic has stopped. Do not turn your back to traffic. Give clear instruction to road users. Watch for drivers who may not be obeying instructions. Be alert and ready for the unexpected. And always have a clear escape path. Kung sabi natin, baka mag-slide yung gulong papunta sa'yo, wala ka nang matakbuhan. Okay? So, ito yung mga work site traffic management. Tingnan natin yung mga signages. Okay? Ito yung dapat i-barricade natin kung may mga excavation. Ito yung mga sa mga roadworks na mga signages. Dapat i-contain natin yung kung may mga devices tayo na iba na mga materials. Dapat may mga barricading. So, planning. Planning is critical for good worksite traffic management. Critical to ensure a safe environment and to prevent accidents. Consideration in planning is given to road environment, vehicle speeds, traffic volumes, how works will be managed, type of work, staging, machinery, etc. How traffic will be managed and controlled, and all road users, pedestrians, and vehicles, including any special vehicle requirements. So ito yung planning natin. Then 5 C's for good signage and markings. It should be conspicuous. The signs has to be seen, conspicuous. Then clear, needs to be legible, size and color of letters and symbols. Then comprehensible, needs to be understood, concise. So many words may prevent the whole message being read. So the more na hindi siya mababasa, dapat concise tayo. Credible, the message has to be believable. Otherwise, drivers, they will tend to ignore it. Dapat credible. Yung mga signages natin dapat vernacular ba na? Uy, totoo. Then consistent. Similar traffic situations should use standard signs that are consistent with the manual. Okay, so ito yung 5 C's pag gumagawa tayo ng signages. Next, the movement of traffic may be achieved in one of the following ways. Movement, through the work area, only for very low speed traffic, adjacent to the work area, or around the work area, detour or sidetrack. In order to achieve minimum disruption and inconvenience to road users, only the minimum practical length and width of road shall be closed off at any time. Yung nakita ninyo kanina ng mga illustration. Work schedule shall be arranged to minimize disruption to establish traffic movement and patterns, interference with traffic peak movements periods, interference with public transport. Okay, dapat may mga schedules na ma-arrange, minimize. Night conditions. Any part of normal roadway which is closed during the day and can be opened at night should be open. Travel conditions are safe. Signs shall be either true, reflective, and or floodlit. Dapat mag-reflect siya. Work in progress at night, lighting at the work site shall, as a minimum, illuminate the following areas: the work area, locations where workers or machinery might encroach on traffic lanes, and then intersection in which works are taking place. So dapat nag-i-illuminate my lightings. Okay? So, in road work, and thank you. Drive safely. Okay, so that ends my presentation. May I turn over to our secretariat, ma'am?
Thank you, Mom.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ma'am, we are asking you to kindly stand by for the questions and answer portion during our open forum later.
Yes, ma'am, no problem.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am. So
Okay.
reminding also all participants that questions will be entertained during the open forum. So let's move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is a certified public accountant by profession. He has a vast experience in government service and currently the Dole Provincial Head in Agusan del Norte. To inform us the Dole updates and OSFP compliance, all hands together to Mr. Keith C. Duran. Good afternoon, Sir Keith. Sir Keith, good afternoon.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Hello? Hello, engineer. Madongo ko, engineer.
Yes, sir, Kit.
Okay, good afternoon sa ato ang tanan.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Yes, salamat kayo for
Sir.
wow, a very overwhelming number of participants for this afternoon's KamOSHtahan. No, we are very thankful no to our Occupational Safety and Health Center Rehiyon13 through the leadership of Engineer Hagit. So we are also very much we are also very lucky no, to have with us earlier our Executive Director, Noel C. Binag. And earlier we also have Ma'am Gina Aspiliaga no, for our webinar on fleet and road safety. Thank you very much, Ma'am Gina, for that very comprehensive and we have learned a lot this afternoon. Now, for the part of the Department of Labor and Employment, as part of our commitment to support our attached agency, Occupational Safety and Health Center, we will be providing DOLE updates or OSH compliance updates. So the Department of Labor and Employment, we are actually, as part of our basis, we always rely with our Labor Code of the Philippines and some DOLE issuances, particularly the implementing rules and regulation of our Occupational Safety and Health Law, which is DO 198. But as part of our KamOSHtahan, we will only be sharing with you some labor advisories, latest advisories, which are issued to articulate some pressing concerns no, or issues which are being experienced no, that are usually the concerns of our workers in the private sector. So this afternoon, we will be discussing Labor Advisory number 08-21, or the promotion of COVID-19 vaccination. Then we'll also discuss Labor Advisory number 03-21, or the administration of COVID-19 vaccines. And lastly, Labor Advisory number 17-B, series of 2020, for the employment preservation. However, during the time allotted for open forum, you may also raise some concerns or questions which are very pressing to date. So we'll now discuss Labor Advisory number 8. So this is about promotion of COVID-19 vaccination in the private sector. And this is, of course, pursuant to the Labor Code of the Philippines, and our Oslo RA 11058, which was briefly shared to us by Ma'am Gina, and also RA 11525, that an act that establishes our vaccination program in the country. And of course, this is also consistent with the Labor Advisory number 3. So what is the coverage of this advisory? Next slide, please. Of course, this advisory applies to all establishments and employees in the private sector. Because in the government sector, we have our own issuances or guidelines set by other commissions or government agencies. COVID vaccination promotion, because some employees are wondering whether or questioning if they are to be compelled to be vaccinated, or are they can they be restricted or prevented to enter the establishment premises or the workplace if they were not yet vaccinated. So our rule is that all employees in the private sector, except those, of course, who are ineligible or disqualified for health reasons, are highly encouraged to get inoculated with COVID-19 vaccine. So take note of the term being used, highly encouraged lang. So wala nag-ingon no in our advisory number 8 nga mandatory siya. So employers, they shall continue to urge. So encourage yung mga employees to avail of their own vaccination program. Except no kung naikaugaling nga program ang company or establishment. Next. So as to compliance and assistance, the employers should seek appropriate assistance from concerned government agencies in the administration of COVID-19 vaccine. Of course, because our IATF and the Department of Health, they are the appropriate agencies are mandated to regulate our administration of COVID-19 vaccines. So kadto lang ang main idea nato no sa labor advisory. Ang purpose is to clarify, to guide us that it is not mandatory no to require our employees, our workers to be inoculated with COVID-19 vaccine, merely encouraging or urging them to be vaccinated. So next, we'll have Labor Advisory number 3, which is our guidelines on the administration of COVID-19 vaccines in the workplaces. Again, this is, of course, anchored in our Labor Code of the Philippines and the 2 relevant Republic Acts. Next slide. Ang coverage, the same, all establishments and employers in the private sector. Next. So we now talk about vaccination in the workplace. So tanan mga covered establishments and employers, particularly on the private sector, they shall adopt and implement appropriate vaccination policy. Di ba we are allowed to institute, to plan out, to craft our own policy in as much as it does not violate or contradict any existing laws, especially labor laws. And for the purpose of COVID vaccination, we have our DOH and IATF guidelines. So, dapat lang yun no, nga na ikaugalingon nga vaccination policy ang mga company. Basta kay consistent lang sa ato ang mga guidelines. Covered establishments and employers may procure COVID-19 vaccines, supplies, and other services. So pwede lang siguro mag-seek og support from the appropriate agencies sa procurement, storage, transport, so on and so forth, pagpalit na to sa COVID-19 vaccines. Then, another very important thing nga dapat gid nato kanunay dumduman is ang cost sa vaccination. So wala gi cost sa vaccination in the workplace that will be charged against or passed on directly ba na or indirectly to the employees. So in the same manner as what Ma'am Gina explained sa atong PPEs, mao gyapon ang cost of vaccination. It should be free of charge. Dili pwede i-deduct sa sweldo sa employees or pabayaran nato sa mga empleyado. Next slide. Then we also do not tolerate or we do not allow discrimination or termination. Tungod lang kay wala magpa-vaccine ang workers or ang empleyado. Tanan nga covered establishments gibawalan nga igual lang ta tanan establishments ato lang gi-advisean nga i-encourage ang workers kung dili sila mosugot, they refuse or fail to be vaccinated, they should not experience discrimination, secretive tenure ba nila sa promotion ba, training, sa ilang sweldo. Samot na ang termination. Dili pud pwede ang no vaccine, no work nga policy. So as we craft our vaccination policy, dili pwede mag-appeal tag provision dito that no vaccine, no work. So bawal gid siya. Next. So as to enforcement and compliance, actually ang Department of Labor and Employment dili kay ana gid ka strong ang amo ang implementation sa kadaghanon sa amo ang gi-inspect for this year considering that we are still on a pandemic. But in as much as safety and health is concerned, so give mo undang sa amo ang enforcement and monitoring of compliance. So any deficiencies sa compliance sa OSH law and other issuances related to COVID-19, kung naamang gani mga deficiencies, tagaan magyapog chance ang ato mga establishments to comply kung unsa man gani ang mga deficiencies. Pero kung di gyapon siya mag-improve, dili mag-comply ang mga deficiencies, of course we will be forced to enforce the occupational safety and health law. So that's labor advisory number 3. Now we go to labor advisory number 17-B, which is our guidelines on employment preservation upon the resumption of business operation. Next slide. Because some workers might be wondering, are we covered by this type of work scheme sa mining industry? Pwede ba mo avail ani or basin dito lang ni sa uban nga mga industry? So ang coverage ani for this particular labor advisory 17-B, which is a revision of labor advisory number 17, all employers and their employees regardless of employment status in the private sector. Pero kadto lang private sector nga nag-operate or allowed to operate under the enhanced community quarantine, general community quarantine, or other quarantine arrangements. Meaning kung wala place in any community quarantine status ang usa ka um, area wherein which your company is operating. So this advisory will not necessarily apply. Next slide. As to health standards, daghan sukay tagbadunggan sa TV no nga mga issuances, halos tanan nga mga relevant government agencies na ikagulingon nga mga issuances. But in as far as labor and employment is concerned, the following health standards will apply. So the one that is being issued by DTI and DOLE, our interim guidelines on workplace prevention and control of COVID-19, Department Order number 35 on the construction safety guidelines, then also our DOH and Joint Memorandum Circular 20-4 on DTI and DOLE supplemental guidelines on workplace prevention and control of COVID-19. Next slide, please. So we now go to this work scheme, work from home or telecommuting work arrangement. Kinsa man lang day ang pwede mo avail ani nga worker, what companies are allowed to implement this type of work scheme. So those establishments, when feasible. So yun lang, when feasible. Meaning, if a certain position no or job requires physical appearance gyud sa worker, dili feasible nga naa siya pwede dalhon nga work or job sa ilahang balay. So dili pwede i-apply ang work from home or telecommuting work arrangement. For example, kung driver siya sa heavy equipment, dili man niya ma-work from home ang iyahang driving services. So most probably dili mo apply sa iyaha ang work from home arrangement. Unless of course the company is very generous enough, daghang pa siya other drivers nga pwede niya by shifting ang iyahang scheduling, ilang assignment, pwede na tagaag work or job nga mabdala sa balay sa usa ka driver or worker. So establishments are encouraged to adopt work from home based on our DO 212 series of 2019. Employees on work from home or telecommuting arrangements shall be provided with adequate support to perform the assigned task or job. So maski naka-work from home siya, kailangan providean og adequate support so that he or she will be able to deliver of the expected output of him or her. Next slide, please. As to alternative work schemes, wage and wage-related benefits, so any transfer, assignment, job rotation, reduction of work days, partial closure, and other work arrangements, including adjustment of wage and wage-related benefits of the employees, shall be governed by existing laws, rules and regulations, jurisprudence ba na siya, or any CBA nga existing kung naaman gani. Kayong uban mangod ilang i-presume nga tungod kay COVID daw kuno, pwede ra dili sa bayaran ani nga benefit, no? So dili siya necessarily true. Mo apply gihapon ang mga existing labor laws. Then as to entitlement of separated employees, if there are employees by reason of authorized cause, they were separated, they are still entitled to the final pay pursuant to Labor Advisory number 6 without prejudice to other benefits as provided by law, company policy, or CBA. So dili pwedeng himuong rason nga COVID man, kaning mga atong gipang retrench kay COVID dili bayaran. So they are still entitled to final pay or separation pay. Next. As to reporting requirements, so dili po di ay automatic no nga mag-implement dayon ta og alternative work arrangement without reporting or informing the Department of Labor and Employment. So the employers shall report kung unsa ilang gi-adapt nga work schemes to the Department of Labor and Employment. So naatay form ana downloadable kanatang gitawag nga RKS establishment form and establishment termination report available in our website caraga.dole.gov.ph. Next. Dispute resolution, dili malikayan no kay basin og dili magka-agree because in the implementation of an alternative work scheme no kailangan magkaroon og agreement ang management ug ang workers. Or any disagreement nga mo arise or difference arising from the implementation of this advisory. So, i-resolve siya sa grievance mechanism of the company. So, if you have your own grievance mechanism, you resolve it internally. Kung dili gid makaya using your grievance mechanism sa company, then you may seek the assistance of the National Conciliation and Mediation Board or the Dole Regional Office or Provincial Office having jurisdiction of the workplace, kung asa na-locate ang workplace. Any unresolved disagreements or differences shall be resolved in accordance with existing rules and regulations on the visitorial and enforcement power of the Secretary of Labor. So kung dili gid gihapon ma-resolve, even after seeking the assistance of the NCMB and the Dole regional or provincial offices, so we will be compelled to implement our visitorial and enforcement power. Pwede na lang na po siya i-inspect or any assistance para lang gid ma-resolve ang disagreements or differences. Next, please. So this labor advisory supersedes the previous one issued, which is Labor Advisory number 17, series of 2020. So far on the part of the Department of Labor and Employment, those are the latest issuances which addresses pressing concerns, particularly on vaccination and our alternative work schemes. Any questions? Engineer, do we have separate time allotted for our open forum?
Yes, sir, Kit. Tapos na po ba yung ano nito?
Yes, engineer. So those are the latest na nga mga labor advisories, pero sa open forum, if na ay mga questions, other questions other than the labor advisories presented, we'll do our best to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Kit. So we will now proceed with the open forum. So we have a couple of questions in the chat box and in the link that we have provided. So the first question is from Ismael sister. I guess this question will be addressed to Ma'am Gina or to Sir Kit. Good day po. Ma'am sir, ano po ba yung needed training for safety officer in mining industry? Course po ba or boss training?
Yes po. Okay.
Hi, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, Ma'am
Okay. Okay.
Kita mo.
Okay. For the safety officer in mining companies, the basic na dapat may 48 hours na training is the basic occupational safety and health. Then at least 2 years experience. Yun ang, kung baga, that is equivalent to safety officer 1 or 2 sa DOLE. Sa amin is safety inspector. Yun ang equivalent na training po.
Okay, Sir Kit, meron po ba kayo kung gusto idagdag?
Yes, engineer, if I may add, our requirements for safety and health training would always depend on the number of workers in a particular company. So for us to be guided, we have to look into our Department Order 198. Although ang cost of course is specifically required for construction projects, but for our mining company, it depends on the number of workers and the result of your assessment of the hazards present in your workplace or in the company. So nasa to ang Department Order 198 kung SO1 ba dapat, SO2, SO3. I hope we were able to answer no. Na-answer naman ni Ma'am Gina ang question.
I think that's very clear, Circuit. So we will now proceed with our next question because we still have a couple of questions. The next question is from Sir Algeri Lingating. So this is question addressed to Ma'am Gina. What will we do if the project manager not following the OSH standards and the CSHP? I guess Circuit also can add no in this question. So ulitin ko lang, what will I do if the project manager is not following the OSH standards and the CSHP or the Construction Safety and Health Program? Ma'am Gina?
Okay, sir. To answer that questions, number one, you have to send your managers to the basic occupational safety and health training. So as I said, that is against the law. Na nag-implement siya ng company niya, then wala sa standard, that's unacceptable. So para maintindihan niya, dapat si managers ipadala, dapat i-train muna siya what is basic occupational safety and health, or dapat kung ikaw mismo na safety officer hindi siya nagfa-follow, ibigay mo na lang yung pirmado niya na construction safety and health program mo na siya mismo yung nag-approve na hindi niya i-implement. So yun ang masasabi ko sa managers na yan. Okay, thank you. Hope I address your question.
Sir Kit, meron po ba kayo?
Yeah. Yes, Engineer. If I may add no to the response of Ma'am Gina, ang pwedeng gawin, of course, we always encourage no to address concerns internally. Mas maganda talaga pag internally within the company in order to preserve good labor relations. Any employee, no, kung makita mo na yung program manager, project manager, or any officer or any other employee are not following OSH standards. So actually pwede mong i-confront right away, especially pag meron talagang imminent danger no that would cause disabling injury or accident or death. Pag hindi pa naman ganun talaga ka ano yung hazard no, you may report to your OSH committee, or pag magkaroon na ng mga dispute or disagreement, pwede nang i-elevate sa inyong grievance mechanism. Pag wala talaga ng action ang supervisors, managers, or the establishment, even the top management, that is the time for any employee to report any deficiencies or violations sa proper government authority like the Department of Labor or the Occupational Safety and Health Center. So yun yung pwedeng gawin ng mga empleyado or any worker.
Okay, thank you, Sir Kit. So another question from Crisada Sangkanon. I guess this question also will be addressed to Sir Kit and Ma'am Gina. So the question is, who will certify the spotter? Are spotter required to be accredited or certified by TESDA or any regulatory body? So I guess I will now call for Sir Kit this time.
Yes, Engineer. As to spotter, I'm not quite familiar noon sa technical term insofar as TESDA is concerned, because we have specific training regulations for specific qualifications. Our OSH standards and the Department Order 198 requires that all critical positions man lang, very broad ang iyahang provision ito all critical positions should be certified. No, so kung ang spotter would be considered as critical positions and we also have a specific training regulation under sa TESDA, then they should really be required to have such national certification. Pero so far wala akong matandaan na specific qualifications or training regulation for a spotter. In most cases sa mining industry, since you are operating a lot of heavy equipments, meron man tayong specific na qualifications for all heavy equipment operators. Saka yung mga other critical positions, kung meron mang involved na insofar as workers exposed sa electricity, mga civil works. So we also have our own TESDA's training regulations for such critical positions. Baka si Ma'am Gina merong maidagdag insofar as spotter is concerned, Ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Sir Kit. So for mining companies, there's no such provision na may accreditation yung flagman namin. Kasi yung pinakaano na level ng mga trabahante na sa rank and file siya, kung ikumpara natin rank and file 1, yung pinaka-importante lang doon sa flagman, marunong pumasa, then marunong magsulat para mag-report ng mga unhealthy act na mga dumadaan na hindi nagfa-follow, then with good character na may mataas na then yung visibility niya, yung eyesight niya is very active pa rin, kasi yun ang pinaka-importante. Then training talaga, training from time to time, yun ang pinaka In fact sa mining companies, yung mga host barangays namin nagsasabi yan, pag nag-hire ka ng traffic aid na hindi galing sa kanila mismo sa host barangays, na nagagalit yung mga taga barangays, kasi yung mga kahit anong grade lang, na yung mga mababa na grade, yung lang daw ang mapasukan ng kanilang mga tauhan. Kaya yun ang the point, yun ang perspective ng ibang tao pag magsabi ng yung traffic controller, flagman. So thank you.
Okay, next question from James Brian Ratunel. This question goes to Ma'am Gina. Ask ko lang po if ever mag-process po para MGB permit. Tapos ang company ko as of now is electrical construction company. Kasi previous company ko po ay mining company. Tapos 6 months po ako doon. Tapos hindi na po na-process ang MGB permit ko po. Gusto ko sana ipatuloy yon I mean sa MGB na permit. Pwede po ba kahit electrical construction company ang company ko ngayon? O Ma'am Gina?
Yes, sir. So for those raising that question, isa lang yung masasabi ko. Any companies, either electrical or what industrial companies you have, there should be a safety officer or safety inspector. Now for MGB, if you are directed, your mandatory compliance is directed to what, if you are in the MGB, a safety inspector should possess at least 2 to 3 years experience in the safety works. Then you have the 48 hours safety training. So yun ang sa boss yung pinaka-basic. Para you can gain the permit to MGB. So, ang gagawin mo lang, mo yung may form doon sa MGB form, then may requirements doon, isa-isahin mo yung requirements, then dapat may certification ka, may mag-certify sa iyo na isang mining engineer na you are practicing the safety in your workplace. Then, kung sino yung mother company mo na naka-registered sa MGB, hingi ka rin doon ng certification endorsing sa company mo na you are part of their operation as the electrical provider sa kanilang company, then endorsed it to MGB 13 for evaluation. So yun ang sa mining companies. Kung gusto mo ng safety inspector. Kung gusto mo ng safety officer, siguro si Sir Kent maka-answer. Okay, thank you.
Okay, next question from Art Zambrano. I guess this question addressed to Ma'am Gina and Sir Kit again. Ano po ang difference ng road safety ng DPWH and other agencies who has also mandate, especially signages, color code, and others?
Okay, ako na kung i-compare, there's no such comparison as to the road safety. Ma-DPWH man yan, ma-private construction man yan, iisa lang talaga yung standard sa road safety. So kung ano yung mga signages na standard, ano yung mga early warning na before the construction or before the roadworks ninyo, iisa lang yun. Hindi ibig sabihin na mining companies kami, nagtatrabaho kami sa highway, iba yung ilalagay namin. Isa lang, take note, isa lang yung standard natin pagdating sa road safety. So thank you. Hope I addressed the question.
Tama, Ma'am Gina. No, if I may add, the DOLE and DPWH issuances, both agencies are doing its best to make our issuances aligned with each other, no, and anchored in not only Philippine laws, no, but international laws or standards. If there are any deviations, no, or inconsistencies, so i-check lang natin yung issuance. For example, if the issuance of an agency is merely a department order, an advisory or memo, and then the other government agency, it is a law. For example, they are referring or basing on a law, so the law will always prevail. Sa himagod no na ay government agency mag-issue og memorandum lang, administrative order or department order. Kung inconsistent siya with the other government nga Republic Act ang iyang basis, mo prevail tong Republic Act. But based on my experience, so far I haven't noticed any material or substantive inconsistency between DPWH and DOLE issuances insofar as road safety or occupational safety and health is concerned.
Okay, thank you, Sir Kit. So next question from Crisadas Sangkanon to Sir Kit. The IATF issued resolution that mandates food industry to assign only employees engaged in direct services to be fully vaccinated against COVID-19. The question is, it is contrary to DOLE Labor Advisory number 3 and 8, 2021, and RA 11525 that provides that there shall be no work, no vaccine policy shall not be allowed. So ano po yung comment nyo dito, Sir Kit?
I am not quite familiar, engineer, with that issuance by the IATF. It's better to siguro i-check pagid nato og ayo no ang mga provisions, because as per instructions by our central office, insofar as labor and employment is concerned, dili siya gid pwede nga na discrimination. Basin unya ang ato lang na misinterpret no. Basin unya og ang katulang ng mga customers or clients nila because pag labor and employment na ang atong hisgutan, the Department of Labor and Employment issuances will prevail because our issuances are anchored on our labor code. So very clear magid nga walay discrimination. Ang companies, they are merely encouraged no to formulate and institute or implement company policies nga dili gyapon siya mo violate og labor laws. Pwede bang god nila actually mag-design sila og rotation of workers. Ing ani nga period nga dili siya peak season, pwede ang non-vaccinated. Kana mga peak periods, peak hours, dapat vaccinated ang workers. So mga example lang na siya nga mga scheme. So they may devise scheme nga walay discrimination dapat because we could not always, ikinato pwede i-compel ang workers nga magpa-vaccinate sila. What we can do, pareha sa question ni Sir Ronel dire sa chat box, highly encouraged man lang. Ang pwede lang buhaton ng establishments is to strictly implement our protocols. O ikaw di magika gusto magpa-vaccine. So dapat gili gid ka maski gamay nga violation lang sa COVID-19 nga prevention and control measures. Otherwise, vaccinated man or really vaccinated, mo violate sa ato ang protocols, you can impose sanctions on those workers. But what is not allowed is to compel them to be vaccinated.
I guess, Rickit, dugtong ko na lang to, no, because this question is also related. From Roniel Iray, what will be the remedy for those companies who issues memo that only vaccinated workers are allowed to report to duty and can be hired as worker on the said company?
Yes, nindot ang engineer nga pangutana. So the worker may feedback. Importante kayo sa ato ang labor relations no is for the workers to feedback muna to the management. Dili diretso reklamo sa government agencies. Feedback. Sir, ma'am, we have just learned no from the Department of Labor when I attended the webinar that we have this labor advisory that we cannot be compelled no to be vaccinated. Kaya diba ingon sa akong gi-explain earlier nga labor advisory, they may formulate, mag-implement o company policy provided that those policies are not violative no or should always be consistent with existing laws, particularly labor laws. Pag dili maminaw the management or your supervisor or your HR dili i-consider, dili maminaw, nagpadayon sa implementation sa memo. So that is now the time for you to raise it to your grievance committee. Pag di gyapon ma-resolve, you may now seek the assistance of the National Conciliation Mediation Board or the DOLE regional or provincial offices nga naay jurisdiction sa inyong workplace.
Okay, thank you, Sir Kit. Next question, I guess this question addressed to Ma'am Gina from DJ Sorono. Dalawa po yung question niya. First question is, in your fleet and safety program, is there any assessment method drivers to qualify for driving road fleet, example trucks? And what is the measurement in order to qualify? The next question is, referring to the low volume, high volume traffic, just to be clarified, are you referring to inside the workplace or the public roads? Gina?
Okay, so thank you, Sir Christian. So the first question is about, ano ngayon, sir? Pakiulit.
Ano, ma'am? The first question is, in your fleet and safety program, is there any assessment method drivers to qualify for driving road fleet, example trucks? And if there may be, what is the measurement in order to qualify?
Okay. So in mining companies or in some companies, in my companies, we have the policy that we are not hiring if not 3 years experience with in situ accreditation. So yun ang pinaka number 1 namin na basis before we hire drivers. Dapat may in situ, then dapat 3 years experience. Pagdating naman sa trucks, dapat yung driver's license niya is restriction code 123. Then pag operator is 1238. So ngayon, masasabi natin bakit kailangan ang 8 na in fact we are in mining companies. But sad to say, not only in our company, we are crossing the highway of public highway for loading our vessel. So once we are touching the highway, we should follow the provision under the Land Transportation Office, which has the kilograms stated at the back of the driver's license na dapat pag mga operators na mag-ano na sa kahit kunti lang mag-cross ng highway, may 8 restriction talaga. So yun ang ano namin. Kung sa companies lang namin i-compare natin. Pag may in situ, okay ka. Pag yung experience mo, then makikita rin namin yung mga experiences na walang mga certification. Hindi kami nag-engage na yung certification na makikita lang namin is yung mga scan lang. Humihingi talaga kami ng original. Kasi marami na ngayong mga scan na mga focus na scan mo, then mga computer, mga alam mo yung mga new technology ngayon, kaya we have to engage on the original na mga certification. Kaya yun ang requirements namin na mo-qualify siya as driver sa pit to downgrade ng mga equipments. Kaya yun sir yung answer sa number 1. Then yung sa number 2, ngayon sa number 2 sir nga question, hindi ko na naririnig talaga.
Yung number 2, ma'am, is referring to the low volume, high volume traffic. Just to be clarified, are you referring to inside the workplace or the public roads?
The public roads, it is in the public roads because hindi naman pag nasa mining companies ka sa ilalim, pag nasa sa private road na tayo, hindi naman natin i-consider yung mga low volume, high speed. Kasi tayo mismo sa safety officer, makakapag-mitigate na tayo ng traffic within. So, makukorek natin agad. Pero yung sa public, yung pinag-usapan natin sa high volume na mga traffic, yun ang we have to consider the safety and the comfortable of the end users, road users rather. So yun ang ano natin, sa highway lang talaga yung mga i-consider natin na mga as per sa discussion kanina. Yun lang ito, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Gina. Next question, addressed to Sir Kit from Sir Algeri Lingating. Paano po if yung worker hindi nagtrabaho ng ilang buwan dahil natakot sa COVID-19? Maawol ba yung worker?
A very nice question, engineer, no, from Sir Algeri. So, as we all know, each companies are allowed to have their own policies. Kaning awol dapat appeal sa ilahang policies. How many number of days for you to be considered absence, to be considered that you are already on AWOL. So dapat nasa policies yan. But insofar as absence due to fear of COVID, so daily, it is very important for our workers to always communicate openly with their supervisors, with the employers. Kailangan mag-file og leave, magpaalam. Like for example, malayo yung bahay, you will pass through an LGU na very strict na naka-ACQ or kung ano pa man. So you have to have to inform your employers whether you should file sick leave, vacation leave. Otherwise, pag yung absence is unauthorized merely because of fear of COVID, hindi pa alam, hindi nagpa-approve ng leave, you may be subjected to the company policy, particularly on AWOL. So ang AWOL mago depende sa number of days nga giset sa company sa ilahang policy. So ang kailangan mo lang gawin is to inform na lang the employer of your absence, magpa-approve. Otherwise, maawol gyud ang worker.
Okay, so Kit, so another question, medyo marami kung sa dole. So we have a question again for you from Roniel Iray. Who will shoulder on expenses sa utilities like electrical and Wi-Fi for those working from home?
Yes, this is very practical, no? A very nice question. As provided in our labor advisory, as explained earlier, LA 17-B, it provides that employees on work from home or telecommuting arrangement shall be provided with adequate support to perform the assigned task or job. So kung ano yung kailangan mo para ma-perform mo yung assigned task or job. Kaya diba prior to implementing alternative work arrangement, dapat merong agreement yan. The supervisor or the employer should agree with the employees. Sino yung pwede mag-work from home? Ano yung expected output nila? Tsaka kasama doon kung yung ano yung kailangan nilang mga support na facilities. Insofar as electricity is concerned, this will be very impractical, no? How you are going to compute with the share, no, of the kilowatt hours being used in the performance of your job. Daghan may appliances and other things nga nag-consume og electricity sa balay. So siguro ang kani mga impractical, no, to determine the cost. If not immaterial, dili na nato ni siya gid ikwintahon nga i-charge pa nato sa company. Kay impractical man. Pwede pa ang Wi-Fi or laptop. If you are assigned to order to work from home, you are ordered to do some reports, then you do not have any laptop or computer to be used to have those reports prepared. Then the company will now be obliged to lend you with a laptop or computer. Walang Wi-Fi sa bahay. Although, murag imposible na murag kita tanan na Wi-Fi. For example, hinay ang Wi-Fi sa balay. So the company should also provide you with Wi-Fi. If the assigned task would require you to have internet connection, baka naman pwedeng offline lang. But there are positions, depende kasi sa positions. Like your job is requires conduct of seminars, trainings, orientations, meetings, so on and so forth, that would require internet connectivity. So the company will now be required to provide you Wi-Fi. So magdepende siya, Sir Ronel, no? Depende sa what utilities or adequate support needed para ma-perform ang assigned task or job.
Okay, so Kit, related din to, no? Then work from home, I guess, para sa mga pregnant, it is allowed to continue working. Is there a significant number of months to declare that individuals is allowed to work in the company?
So equally relevant, no, with discrimination sa PWDs, women, and other special workers, even ang pregnant, no, magdepende siya if there are issuances by the IATF or appropriate government agency kung pinagbawalan or if the LGU has an ordinance or executive order that prohibits pregnant. Pero kung wala namang issuances that restricts pregnant workers, no, na lumabas, so why not continue work? Diba? Unless siguro if the pregnancy is I don't know what's the proper or exact term, no, critical ba or sensitive. So the worker may file sick leave. But as pregnancy being the basis not to continue to work tungod kay COVID, no? So dili siya necessarily mo follow nga i-excuse siya.
Okay. So another question, does contractual employees like consultants covered by the benefits of work from home?
As to consultants, the contract between the employer and the consultant should be considered. No, because consultants are of different nature ang iyahang work, no? Because unlike compared to regular or workers who are required to report on a daily basis or based on the operational requirement of every company. For consultants, we should always look into the contract of the consultancy services. If they are required to report every day, or if they're only required to deliver a specific output. Because consultancy, you know, in as much as you're able to deliver what is required of you being a consultant, that would do regardless on how you do it. Unless there's a provision in the contract that you're required to report. Kaya kung na requirement that you're required to report and you have restrictions in your LGU, then you may discuss the possibility of work from home arrangement.
Okay. Mr. Kit, this question again, para naman kay Ma'am Gina, no? Ma'am Gina, ang question po ni Ma'am Rizon Manal, how do we monitor driver behavior? Is there a particular mechanism to monitor such behavior?
Ano, driver? Pardon, sir? Pardon, putol-putol.
Okay po. Okay. Ang question po ni Ma'am Rizon Manal, how do we monitor driver behavior? Is there a particular mechanism to monitor such behavior?
Okay, so thank you, sir. Speaking of behavior, yun nga sabi na pag may problema ang isang tao sa pag-uugali, hindi mo yan madali ma-change. So, pero kung nandyan na yan, siguro you have to take other ways kung paano mo siya lalambutin. Basta, yun lang, you have to put yourself, kung baga, kung monitor mo siya, you have to put yourself on his self. So, kung baga, kung mayroon talaga siyang attitude problem, monitor mo siya, then hindi siya mo basta-basta ma-correct. Pagka next day, ginagawa na naman. So, make sure na may policy ka na you have bigyan mo siya ng violation, ipapatawag mo siya, then with a panel of investigating committee, para once na maibigay mo yung isang first offense niya, kung ano yung nakalagay sa policy, baka ma-change yung ugali niya. So simple as that lang. Kung may driver ka na talagang matitigas ang ulo, talagang pag monitor mo, kahit anong technique mo iano, ganun pa rin yung ginagawa. Tulad sa amin, may mga problem na overspeeding. Ang ginagawa namin, may mga speed guns kami na pag maglalampas, kung ano yung policy niyo sa company, pag lumampas siya, so ipapakita mo sa kanya, picturean mo, then ipakita mo sa kanya. Kaya yung mga speed gun na gamit namin is walang manipulation, wala kang makikita ng mga numbers. Basta pag sensor dyan, pag tinututok mo, magbigay siya kung ano yung speed mo. So pag mag-over siya, so that's a violation agad. So kung ano yung policy, papatawag mo siya, then keep on constant monitoring. Pag hindi pa rin, so may policy naman, second offense, third offense, kung wala na, at a due process, pwede siya i-terminate. So yun ang mga ways sa mga behavior problem ng mga drivers natin. So hope I addressed your question. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ma'am Gina. So we're now accommodating last 3 questions, no? Because due to time constraint. So The first, last three question will be for circuit coming from Jiriel Ayan Libay. For circuit, flexible work arrangement daw sa company nila ngayon. Tama po ba na yung 13-month pay at separation pay ay nag-rely sa araw na pinapasukan mo every month?
Yes, very nice question, engineer, no, from Zuriel Ian Libay. So last year we have issued Labor Advisory number 28, series of 2020 as our guide in the payment of 13th month pay. Ang 13th month pay kasi meron tayong formula for us to come up with the most accurate amount or figure. So it does not necessarily mean that the computation is based on the number of actual days na nag-report ka sa company or sa establishment or sa work premises. But it is merely based on the total basic salary that you have received for the entire year divided by 12 or 12 months. Meaning, kahit naka-work from home ka, basta't bayad ka for that period, that would be included in the computation of your 13th month pay. No? So, dili sa naka-base kung how many number of days nga actual nag-report, kundi based on your total basic salary for the entire year. Now, as to separation pay, iba rin yung treatment natin with separation pay, di ba? When you are separated by reason of authorized costs, basically authorized costs, you will be entitled to receive separation pay. Separation pay is computed based on the number of years no na nag work ka in that particular company. Depende din sa reason ng separation. Kasi we have authorized cost na 50% lang yung matanggap mo. We also have authorized cost na 100%. So depende din sa specific authorized cost.
Okay, thank you, sir. So this question addressed to Ma'am Gina and pwede rin mag-add on si Circuit coming from Sir Arnel Cabanatan. Mining being a very high-risk establishment, does workers on the mining industry have hazard pay? How much is the average or range of the hazard pay? Ma'am Gina?
Okay, sir. Thank you. Now for the compensation, as a safety officer, so far, di ko alam kung may hazard fee. Basta ang alam ko lang, yung ngayon na nasa COVID state tayo, nasa pandemic tayo, ang alam namin na may mga hazard fee yung mga nurses namin, tsaka doctors. Pero hindi naman ibig sabihin na high risk, as in high risk yung mining na may mga hazard fee. May mga night differentials lang, may mga bigas lang na mga incentives. Pero as to hazard fee, wala akong maano na I can't answer that directly kung meron or wala. Basta ko as a safety officer, alam naman natin kung ano yung trabaho natin. Siguro kung may taga-accounting dito na from one of the mining companies, siguro makakasagot ng gano'n na question, sir. So thank you. Maybe Sir Keith can add that question.
Yes, Ma'am Jean, mao ni pinaka-controversial kayo, Ma'am Gina, no, na
Yes, sir.
issue kaning hazard pay, which are currently enjoyed, while ang iba sabi nila sa government hindi pa daw na-enjoy. But basically, the latest issuances or current issuances applies to government workers, particularly sa mga health workers and frontliners. Insofar as workers in the private sector is concerned, ang latest na matandaan ko, bill pa lang, meron pa lang bill sa House of Representatives to grant hazard pay to workers in the private sector. Because our statutory monetary benefits, hindi pa siya included. No? Meaning, if it is not mandated by law as a minimum requirement, it would always fall down to the discretion of the management, depending on the nature of operations or position of a specific worker. Unless, of course, the bill being filed at the House of Representatives becomes a law, ma-enact na siya, then that becomes part of our statutory monetary benefits required, for all private establishments.
Okay, thank you, Sir Kit. The last question, again, this question is for you, Sir Kit, from Sandring Logo. Based sa DOLE po, is there a violation if nag-hire ang company ng person knowing na with medical condition like maintenance for high blood?
Medyo unique din. No? Merong maintenance for high blood, meaning may mataas yung blood pressure ng isang worker tapos hinire ng company. First and foremost, the selection of a worker in the private sector is a prerogative of the management or the company. So the government does not intervene or interfere in that prerogative, no? So it now becomes the responsibility of the management to ensure that its hiring policy considers the requirement on the fitness of the workers, diba? Merit and fitness. So dapat yung i-design natin na selection policy na consider na yung merit and fitness. Pag meron talagang sakit na possessed by an applicant which increases the hazard or exposure sa iyahang nga maapektuhan iyahang health, so you may of course very critical lang nito, baka magkaroon din ng discrimination. Kasi sa employment discrimination kasi kailangan lang na he or she will be able to deliver what is expected of the position. Pag yung disability or sakit niya, hindi siya maka-hinder for him or her to deliver what is expected of that position, so pwede mong tanggapin. Careful lang tayo. That is why most company requires health certificate or certification from a doctor that he is fit to work. So pwede nyo niyang isali as one of your requirements. Ang siguro for the part ng management, so that safe tayo, no, that we will not be misconstrued as discriminating applicants, ang pwede natin gawin is for us not to blatantly or directly refuse acceptance of applications merely because of simple illness. So we should always accept applications. We can always rank man. Meron ditong magaling na applicant, meron nga lang siyang high blood nga lang siya. Tapos yung nature of work niya, he or she will always be exposed to stress which would trigger di ba magpa-worsen ng sakit niya. So that may of course be a minus point sa kanya. Then here comes another applicant, maganda yung track record, yung performance, yung experience, tapos walang sakit. And he or she may be ranked number 1 sa inyong shortlisting. So yun lang siguro yung pinakamagandang gawin natin. Contrary to blatantly refusing an applicant, meron kang high blood, hindi ka pwede. Pero pag tinanggap mo na talaga siya, then through time, namatay, simba ko namatay or nag-worsen, nagkasakit. No, so the company will now have the, of course, its shared responsibility kasi tinanggap mo naman yung worker. Anyway, we have our ECC man, Employees Compensation Commission, in as much as work-related yung disease or death or illness, we can always assist them naman to avail of assistance or benefits.
Okay, sir. We have in addition for mining companies, just for clarification to those raising the question. So in mining companies, we have the Down Plus 2000 provision. Now all new applicants should undergo the medical physical exam by the accredited physician. So, may high blood ka man, may diabetic ka man, as long na si doktor mag-issue ng fit to work, then noted siya doon na she or he has that sickness, we have the safety and health department, particularly the nurses, to monitor the sickness of that workers. So pag si doktor na ang magsabi, kasi hindi naman tayo doktor, hindi ibig sabihin high blood ka, hindi ka pwede, unless more than 60 years old. So kung si doktor nagsabi fit to work, that is fit to work. May maintenance man siya or wala, or may high blood siya pero control. Kasi ano man doon sa comment ni doktor, unfit, fit to work, high blood pressure control or uncontrolled, then magresita si doktor, ito yung maintenance mo for while working. Then noted namin lahat ng mga high blood, lahat ng mga may diabetic na ipapatawag yan ng nurse namin, o ikaw dapat ang schedule mo every week, ito yung blood pressure schedule mo. Then yung mga ganon, so dapat sa mining companies, kasi may mga provision kami doon na yung sabi ni Circuit, tama namin sabi ni Circuit, baka magka workers discrimination tayo, porque na lang kay high blood ako, may maintenance ako, hindi natatanggapin. Hindi yon. Kung di, yung last say namin is si doktor, kasi walang pwede magtatrabaho sa mining companies nang walang medical physical exam with all the laboratory, the x-ray, the blood count, the CBC, and the blood pressure nga ano. Kaya doon kami nagbe-base sa safety and health doon sa medical result ng bawat i-hire namin. So yun lang sir ang mai-add ko. Thank you.
Okay, that ends our open forum. For those questions that we were not able to answer in this forum, rest assured that we will give this to the concerned resource speaker and we will send the answer to your email. So we will now go on with our last part of our webinar, the closing remarks and filling up of the evaluation form for your certificate. So to give us the closing remarks, she is currently the Deputy Executive Director of the OSHC and formerly expert in the Safety Control Division. Isa sa mga magagaling na resource speaker din, and one of the pillars of OSHC. Also my humble boss, none other than Engineer Concepcion P. Santo Tomas. Good afternoon, Ms. Connie.
Good afternoon, Christian. Good afternoon. Maraming salamat sa iyong introduction. Hindi ko alam kung saan mo nakuha yung picture ko na yun, ano? Okay. So unang-una po sa lahat, magandang hapon po sa inyong sa lahat po ng participants at sa atin pong mga resource persons. Maraming salamat po sa ating mga expert resource persons, si Miss Gina Aspiliaga, isa pong OSH practitioner in the mining industry. Actually, ako nga gusto ko rin sanang magtanong kanina, no? Pero i-mention ko rin po. Okay? So, napakadetalye po ng kanyang discussion with regard to fleet safety, detailed discussion on traffic management. So, hindi po natin pangkaraniwan na nakukuha or naririnig yung mga ganyang lecture. So napakaswerte po ninyo, napakaswerte po natin at na-share po sa atin ni Ma'am Gina yung kanyang expertise at excuse me. Marami nga po sa inyo ay nasa mining industry. So I hope na nadagdagan po, sigurado po ako na nadagdagan ng inyong kaalaman with regard to fleet safety. At ganun din naman po sa ating si Mr. Keith Duran po sa ating pong DOLE Agusan del Norte Provincial Office. Ano, sa dami po ng sagot ninyo, talaga naman pong isa-isa niyang sa dami ng tanong ninyo ay isa-isa po niyang sinasagot 'yan. Okay. So napaka-fruitful po itong hapon na ito, no, dahil ang palitan po ng impormasyon, ang pagbibigay po ng impormasyon ay talaga naman pong napakadami pong naibigay sa atin. Okay, so itong KamOSHtahan ay and of course I would like to thank po ang ating napakasipag na REU personnel na talagang yan po ay sa Safety Control Division ang kanyang under my division po. Ang position, ang plantilla ni Engineer Hagit. Kaya minsan binibiro ko po, hahatakin na kita dito sa Quezon City. Ayaw niya, no? Mahal niya po ang Caraga. At gusto niya pong magsilbi at tumulong sa DOLE, sa mga taga Caraga. So at yung pong mga kasama ni Christian, maraming salamat po sa inyong patuloy na pag-implement ng ating programa. Lahat po ng ating mga REU personnel, talaga namang napakasisipag po. Okay, so kung po pwede lang din po akong magtanong kay Miss Gina, no? Hindi pa pala tapos yung Q&A. Ma'am, meron lang po akong tanong with regard doon sa 48 hours na training para sa mining. Ano po ba yung 48 hours na training? Yun po ba ay 40 hours Bosch plus another 8 hours? Gusto ko lang po kasing malaman dahil ang accreditation po ng mga safety practitioners ay nasa that includes din po yung meron din pong mga sa mining, ano. Yun po ba yung 40 hours na Bosch? Do you consider COSH? Considered po ba ng Bureau of Mines ang COSH? And ano po yung 8 hours? Sorry po di pa pala tapos ako naman.
Yes, ma'am. Ngayon ko pa napansin, ma'am. I'm very sorry. 40 hours lang talaga yun. Bakit mag-ano ko ng 48? Baka yung 8 times 6 ko nagiging 48. No, ma'am. 5 days, 5 days basic occupational safety and 40 hours lang. Correction. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that, ma'am.
Kasi dahil nga po nasa amin ng accreditation ng mga practitioners, gusto lang po namin ding malaman kung ano po yung requirements ng ibang ahensya din po ng gobyerno, no? So as of now, ang tinatanggap po yung 40 hours Bosch, and kasali po ba yung COSH sa tinatanggap na para doon sa 40 hours? Yes po. Okay,
Yes,
maraming salamat po. Sa side naman po, meron lang po akong gustong idagdag doon sa nagtanong po kung ano yung training required para sa safety officer. So gusto ko lang po dugtungan yung sagot ni Sir Keith doon sa training requirement po ng safety officer. So tama po yung sagot ni Sir Keith, depende po sa dami ng tao, depende po sa risk classification ng isang industry. Now, ika-clarify ano lang po, as per DO 198, ang construction, ang mining industry ay classified as high risk po kaagad sila. So meaning, even ang tao po niya ay less than 1 to 10, kung sabihin natin maliit na konti lang po yung tao, less than 10 hanggang 9, ang required training po sa kanila talaga ay 40 hours po kaagad. Ang requirement po sa kanila ay SO2. Wala pong SO1 kapag po high risk ang industry. Wala pong SO1. So kung ang SO1 po, yan po yung training 8 hours na basic OSH plus 2 hours na TOT. But pag SO2 na po ang requirement, 40 hours na po ang required training. So, yon, sinundan ko lang po yung sinabi ni Sir Keith kanina. So, pagdating po sa mining industry, wala po tayong, ang safety officer ay 40 hours po kaagad ang requirement, and even for construction, high risk po ang construction kahit po hanggang 9 workers lang siya, 40 hours po ang training. Yan po. Ngayon, meron na po tayong mga table na titignan. Pagka naging 10 workers na yan, SO3, so may additional trainings na po na kinakailangan ang isang safety officer. So yun po, gusto ko lang pong idagdag doon sa sinabi ni Sir Keith kanina. Okay, so sa mga nag-attend po dito sa ating training, nagpapasalamat po kami sa inyong interes, sa inyong po, marami po tayong participants, at alam po namin na gustong-gusto niyo pong marami kayong gustong malaman tungkol sa occupational safety and health sa mga DOLE issuances, at yan po ay para ma-implement po natin ng tama at magawa natin ng tama ang mga batas na minamandato po ng Department of Labor and Employment. So and also na-mention po kanina ni Director Binag, we will be conducting the 17th NOSH next week po, 28, 29, 30. Pwede pa po kayong mag-register. I hope Christian, can you send the link? Yun sa Facebook, pwede pa po kayong mag-register. Actually, sa ngayon po, wala na pong limit ang magre-register. Nagawa na po ng paraan. As of last week, we have 10,000 registrants na po. And nagkaroon po ng pagkakipag-ayos kami sa aming provider. But although you will be directed to YouTube channel. Naka-live po sa YouTube channel ang National Occupational Safety and Health Congress next week. Okay, so pwede pa po kayong humabol kung hindi pa po kayo nakakapag-register. So bahala na po si Christian mag-assist sa inyo. Tanungin niyo na lang po si Christian doon sa link, provided po 'yan sa ating Facebook. Okay? So again, maraming salamat, and we hope you will continue po to participate in the mga trainings, programs ng Occupational Safety and Health Center in Caraga, at para po madagdagan po ang ating mga kaalaman at talaga pong tayo ay maging OSH compliant at maging OSH champion. Okay? So yan po, at sa ngalan ng aming po Executive Director, si Engineer Binag, again and again, maraming salamat po sa inyo. Kayo po ang inaasahan namin na magtataguyod na magpapataas ng level na antas ng safety and health po sa kanya-kanya nating workplaces. Maraming salamat po. Thank you, Christian.
Thank you, Boss Cody, for that very inspiring closing message and for the clarifications. So as mentioned by Ma'am Connie, na-reopen na po yung ating NOSH Congress, and we will send through email yung link. So sabay po namin i-send sa inyong email na ibibigay dito sa ating evaluation. So the link for the evaluation form is now in the chat box. So kindly fill it up. That will be our basis and reference po para sa ating e-certificate and sa ating soft copy ng ating presentation. So maraming salamat.
Remind ko lang po, September 26 po yung deadline ng registration.
Ayun.
You need to register pa rin po. Thank you.
Okay po. We will send right away the link to your generated data in this evaluation form. So again, maraming salamat, Boss Connie, keep safe. Maraming salamat sa pag-join sa ating event ngayon. And to all the participants from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. And see you all sa ating NOSH Congress and ating future mga webinars and trainings. So God bless po sa lahat. And ingat po tayo.
Thank you sa tanan. Ingat.
Salamat.
Ma'am Jean, salamat. Engineer,
Thank you.
salamat.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sir Keith. Thank you,
Bye,
Ma'am
God bless.
Jen. Thank you po. Thank you po sa lahat na nag-attend.
Salamat po.
Thank you po.
Siguraduhin na na-submit ha. Siguraduhin na na-submit ang evaluation sheet.
Yes,
Hi, Ma'am Marie Aguda. Good afternoon.
Safety first!
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ako, ikaw, tayong lahat, safety first. Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ako, ikaw, tayo, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first. Ikaw, ako, tayo, safety first. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayo, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, unang kaligtasan.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Safety first!
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ako, ikaw, tayong lahat, safety first. Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ako, ikaw, tayo, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first. Ikaw, ako, tayo, safety first. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayo, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Una ang kaligtasan.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
OSH kampiyon ako, iwas ako na sa trabaho.
Safety first!
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ako, ikaw, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ako, ikaw, tayo. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayo, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayo. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Una ang kaligtasan.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
OSH kampiyon ako, iwas ako na sa trabaho. OSH.
Ako, ikaw, tayong lahat. Safety first!
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ako, ikaw, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ako, ikaw, tayo. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayo, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayo. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Unang kaligtasan.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
OSH kampiyon ako. Iwas ako na sa trabaho. OSH.
Ako, ikaw, tayong lahat, safety first!
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first. Ako, ikaw, tayong lahat. Safety first. Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ako, ikaw, tayo. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayo, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayo. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Unang kaligtasan.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
OSH kampiyon ako. Iwas ako na sa trabaho. OSH.
Ako, ikaw, tayong lahat, safety first!
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first. Ako, ikaw, tayong lahat. Safety first. Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ako, ikaw, tayo. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayo, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayo. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ay panalo.
tayong lahat. Unang kaligtasan.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
OSH kampiyon ako. Iwas ako na sa trabaho. OSH
Ako, ikaw, tayong lahat, safety first!
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ako, ikaw, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ako, ikaw, tayo. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayo. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Tayong lahat. Safety first. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayo. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Unang kaligtasan.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
OSH kampiyon ako. Iwas ako na sa trabaho. OSH
Ako, ikaw, tayong lahat, safety first!
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ako, ikaw, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ako, ikaw, tayo. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayo. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Tayong lahat. Safety first. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayo. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Kalusugan ay panalo.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Unang kaligtasan.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
OSH kampiyon ako. Iwas ako na sa trabaho. OSH.
Ako, ikaw, tayong lahat, safety first!
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ako, ikaw, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ako, ikaw, tayo. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayo, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Tayong lahat. Safety first. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayo. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Unang kaligtasan.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
OSH kampiyon ako. Iwas ako na sa trabaho. OSH.
Ako, ikaw, tayong lahat, safety first!
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ako, ikaw, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ako, ikaw, tayo. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayo, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Tayong lahat. Safety first. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayo. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Safety first.
Ikaw, ako,
ikaw, ako, tayong lahat. Unang kaligtasan.
Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat, safety first.